will start soon. All right. Looks like it's recording and perfect. Okay, so plan was, let's get into the build. And did you get any of the pre-work done, yay or nay?
Screwdriver.
Give a screwdriver. Hey, all right, we're in the right direction. Scissors, this is good too.
Yeah, I started unboxing everything.
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Right, there we go. My USB flash drive is ready. This make that whatever. Okay.
So you still need to download Windows?
Not really. I think I just finished it.
So you have it on a flash. You have your choice, Windows 10 or 11 on a flash stick.
I have 10 64-bit. I just used my my WB the external hard drive, and yes, I recognized that it was going to delete everything. So I know now that I have to reinstall a whole bunch of games, which is fine. I honestly, like, at this point, we were looking for a flash drive. I don't have any. I do have one for work, but it's at work, and I'm like, I don't have any of these things anymore.
Oh, you literally don't have one.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of that.
Neither had I, and I didn't realize I needed one. I thought I honestly didn't even consider the Windows installation portion of this as much as I should have, but whatever.
That's all right.
So I saved my pictures, and then it clearly wiped to the entire drive.
Yeah, no, that's what it does.
Yeah, but it looks like it's ready because I don't have anything left. Check a few things. So download the tool, run and accept on the what do you want to do, create a yes, select a language. Yep, I did that. I selected this. After the installation, media is created, follow steps flow. After completing steps 1 to 10.
Yeah, I think you're done.
Yeah, I think I have the USB prepped. So I guess we're on to the build portion.
We're on the, we're actually ready. We can really build this thing and finish it.
Okay. Let me turn the light on. Okay. I think I have everything. It's not all unboxed per se, but I think I have everything.
Okay. Real quick, let's just go through what you do have, just to see off of the top of my head, just to see that you've got what I think you've got. How about we start there?
All right. 1,000. You want to write this down on a piece of paper while we do this, or
it's all up here?
All right. 1,000-watt power source.
Yep.
Fan for the PC.
Yep. Those are the fans. Those are the fans for the CPU, correct?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah. 280 gig solid state extra drive.
That's the Windows drive.
Windows drive.
3D extra.
4 terabit.
That's your main storage for all your games and fun stuff, videos, whatever.
Yep. CPU. RAM. DDR5.
DDR5 RAM 6000.
Yes. 6,000 to 16 gig bit, whatever.
Yep.
Motherboard.
It is the E-E, B650E-E.
No. B650E. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm sorry.
The E-E.
Yep. You can hear me fine when I'm talking right here, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it's the B650E-E, just like you said.
Okay, perfect.
GPU. Case is back behind me. I don't want to lift that up. It is heavier than I expected, but that's fine. That is fine.
Yeah,
I need to lift.
Why I recommended the compact, because the regular one is ginormous.
Whatever. It can't. I did not realize it was coming with its own fans. It has 6 fans on it. So. Yeah,
and we're not necessarily going to want to use all of those fans, because that. I'll talk about airflow when we get into getting into building it. All right.
That's
sounds perfect.
Thermal paste.
Thermal paste.
I hope this is good still. But,
It's old?
well, I mean, I've had it for a month.
Oh, it's fine.
2 months.
You've had it for a month. I thought it was going to be like 10 years old or, plus.
Well, I mean, I did buy it from someone, so I'm assuming it's still good, but whatever.
If it's under 5 years, it's probably fine because it's
Yeah.
still in its tube. So it really only dries out when it actually is exposed to air and time.
Noctura H1 thermal paste. Noctua.
Oh, that's from
Awesome.
another. Okay,
What?
that's just general thermal paste. That's fine. We can use that. We can use it's. I mean, Noctua makes good stuff. It's just that they just give you general thermal paste. That all of them do. All of the CPU.
It says do not ingest, so I better not do that.
That's also good advice. It may be carbon based, but that's not a good idea to eat it.
Yeah. Okay, so I could probably stop sharing, right? You don't need to see my desktop. That's probably not helpful.
That's cool.
Okay. All right. Step one.
Step one, we're gonna preferences. So we can test it partway and build it outside of the case. That makes it super easy to do the testing, etc. But I like to just dive right on in and say screw it, and throw everything in all at once. Light it all up and see what happens. So it depends. What approach would you like to take?
Oh no, you know what approach we're taking. Stop questioning that.
And then grab the case.
There is some mounting hardware that came with it. You can. What would be a better way to do this? Can I raise you up? Wish I could.
Yeah. Good question. You can use those boxes behind you.
Oh, that is no. Hold on. Let me clear some stuff away. I should have prepped better about this, but I have a great idea once I'm ready. So you get to look at my body for a little bit. Let's move this.
Yeah.
Here. Remember that picture I sent with 3 laptops on my desk? Well, that is my life.
Yeah, and now a gigantic computer gaming case.
Oh, I bought well, here's the monitor. You're going up on the monitor because we don't need that.
No.
I assume. I can just hook the new computer up to the lap. Oh no, I have plenty of screens around here that I can hook it up to. So this won't be a problem. All right, you're getting higher, so I can put you down.
And technically, now that I'm thinking about it, I might have forgotten about the monitor cable.
The monitor cable?
Yeah.
Like an HDMI 2.1?
Either an HDMI or a display port.
I have plenty of HDMI cables. So if I want to go out later and buy an even better one, then great. We can do that. This is actually working really well now.
Technically, with HDMI, it's based mostly with the graphics card and the monitor. So the cable, more often than not, is good enough, unless you're getting like El Cheapo AliExpress cable. In other words.
Yeah, I don't have any of those, so I'm not too worried.
Yeah.
But again, like I can just to test it. Maybe I don't get 100%, but like I have enough cables sitting around that.
We'll be fine.
Yeah.
All right. Open up both side panels. You want to take both of those off.
I believe you. I have to figure out how. This is probably where I should have.
This part, I can look that online as well too. Oh, look at that! It's super easy.
First one. Now this one's glass.
Usually there's a retention mechanism that. Oh, never mind. This is super easy.
Yeah. Why do you think I went for the better case?
Yeah.
Okay. So the fans need a ton of cords. I assume they all go to the power source.
Yeah. So, okay, let's talk about airflow. Might as well just get into that since you're getting into the fans. So it's got 3 in the front, right? And 3 on the bottom.
Two front, three bottom.
2 front, 3 bottom. Got it. Any on the top?
No.
No. Okay. Can you see the fans on the bottom?
Yes.
There should be a little icon of an arrow pointing either up or down. Which way does it point?
An arrow pointing up or down.
On the side of the fan.
Yeah, I'm looking.
So not into the blades, on the actual side. There's probably an arrow or a notch, maybe a triangle, and it's going to point either up or down.
It would help. There's one side that I can't really see.
Well, the other answer is we can just power it on and find out.
I mean, I can see which way the air is going to blow.
That's what I'm asking.
It's going to go down, out, based upon the blade.
I think it's going to go down. Well, that's interesting. This is a really different case design than I had anticipated. All right, so
well, hold on. Let me double check. I mean, there's all right. Let me get the thing that you told me to bring.
Ah, the light. That's like a key tool.
I wish. So I think the fans will turn clockwise. No, you're right. It would bring air in.
It's going to bring air in.
It will bring air in.
That would have been my intuition, but I just wanted to double check.
Because there's an arrow, but it's pointing. It's telling me which way it's going to rotate.
Got it.
Yeah, so it's gonna the fans will scoop air into the case. Okay.
Okay. All right. So the reason we're talking about airflow first is because this is the first decision before we ever stick anything in here, and that is the optimal way. And here's the reason why this is a pain in the ass. The optimal way is to have a fan blow air out of the case, as opposed to sucking air into the case. And the reason I say that's optimal is because what it's doing is it's best used to push things out right at the edge instead of pulling it all in. And then we're assuming that the hot air just magically filters out the holes in the back. This is how I have my case currently set up, is exactly the way that this case is set up. And this is exactly the way everybody sets it up. But the real truth is that if you want to suck the air, push the air out, it's even better thermally. Now, if you decide to do that, though, it's going to be more noisy because you've got a fan that's actively blowing air towards you. You know what I mean? Depending upon where your case is oriented.
Yeah.
As opposed to it pulling the air in. It's quieter when it pulls the air in, but it's not as thermally efficient when it's pulling the air in. So
what's the difference? When you talk about thermal efficiency, am I gaining like 20%? Am I gaining 2%?
It's not going to be like 20%, but you'll probably see like a good maybe 10 to 15 on the thermals. It's not an issue today because you don't have enough graphics card and CPU power to be creating a ridiculous amount of heat. But I gave you the possibility of that in the future because of the power supply choice, because of the motherboard choice, and because of the case choice. You have the option to go up to some really heavy hardware that can really need the airflow. So I'm making you aware of it now. And then if you wanted to design for tomorrow, we can do that right this very minute. But if you want it to be optimally quiet and just let it do its thing as best as it can, we want to leave it all alone. Because this is the optimal setup for quiet.
Okay.
The other option is we can test it first by leaving all the bottom fans off. And the reason I say that is, other than the GPU, which is just a airflow nightmare, and I'll explain that in a minute, the rest of the case is designed perfectly for just straight through flow. So the CPU and the front fans and the power supply are all doing the same thing together in harmony, which is blowing stuff out the back. The one that's disharmonious is the GPU. And that's because that sucker, the way that it's set up these days, is it's designed to blow all the hot air up into the CPU, which is really kind of a pain in the ass, which is why I sent you that one YouTube video of this guy trying to redesign airflow in a case in order to actually make it functional. So that was real, what he did. And you don't have to really mess with it or worry about it today, because your GPU is only going to pull at the most 280 watts. When it becomes more of an issue is when you've got a 400-watt CPU and a 450-watt GPU, you know, like really high-end stuff. And who knows what the future is going to be. So if you ever get into that, you know now that the option is to blow all the stuff out. And you might actually, basically, you just turn those fans around. You'd uninstall them and reinstall them facing in the opposite direction.
Right. So my thought is, I am building this with the full intention of using it for probably 3 to 4 years.
That.
well, no. What I'm saying is, we talk about upgrades and you know better and this and stuff. I don't think I'm going to upgrade it for at least 3 to 4 years.
I know. We're recording this now, and you've got all the info and insight, and I might be busy in the future, and you'd be like, Chris, what did you say about that? I'm going to say, video. I'm too busy.
but for that, I think we keep it quiet, because it'll be more than enough. And if I ever have to go rebuild it, I'll probably want to take it all apart anyway, and want to clean it out too. So.
Well, you want to clean it out, but we did an amazing job. When we get to the motherboard and I talk about what I decided on the motherboard, I pick stuff so you don't have to mess with that motherboard. And it is a million times easier in a computer if the only things you got to deal with are the CPU and the GPU and maybe the RAM, and at the most adding storage because you just need more space. That makes everything easy, like uber easy. When you got to change out a power supply, big pain in the ass. When you got to change out a motherboard, big pain in the ass.
Okay. Like I said, I think let's keep it quiet for now.
Okay.
And also, I don't mind redoing stuff. I'm happy with this. Let's keep it as is. It's really cool that this front comes off. I just learned that. All right. So fans.
So also learning things. There's a filter in that front. Pull that front off one more time.
It's not that much of a filter.
It's not much. Usually it's built in these days, so it's kind of like a built-in filter. I don't even know that it pulls out, but it does. Probably it does.
I can see how to get it out, but I don't I can see how to get it out.
Okay. So if you ever need to clean it because of pet hair, that's actually really important to know.
Okay. Well,
all right, so we don't have to mess with that today.
Well, I did, and now I have to get it back in. Hold on. All right, good. Okay.
Okay.
And it looks like there's one on the bottom too. So I think I'm really set on this case being good for the pet hair stuff.
For the pet hair, yeah. So if you're running into thermal problems or GPU performance problems, the first thing I would check is those outside filters on the case.
Sure.
Or sweeping them out from the outside.
Okay.
Okay. Great. We're throwing in a motherboard and we're throwing in a power supply. So
before I touch these, do I need any ESD protection on them? Do you recommend anything?
Yeah, so the easiest way, and what I always do personally, is I go grab myself that power supply and I go grab a power cord. And it probably is inside the power supply itself.
Okay.
And go ahead and plug it in. You want to make sure the switch is off so that it actually doesn't turn on. If it does turn on, the fan would spin, and then go ahead and switch it off. But the moment you plug that in and touch it, you're grounded.
Okay.
And really, you just want to dissipate any charge off your body. And as long as you're not moving around like a monkey with, wool socks on,
I have sneakers on.
So in the wintertime, now it doesn't matter, but just so you know, in the wintertime, barefoot. Barefoot. It'll ground you out naturally more so into the house. If you're wearing shoes or socks, it has more potential to actually build up a charge.
So it looks
and
like
it's really only winter that it matters.
I have 2 on buttons here. It's weird.
You have 2 on buttons.
Yeah, so there
should be 1 in the back.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
What do you mean 2?
So there's the button that's on off, and then there's also just a regular toggle switch.
Yeah, hybrid mode. Ooh boy, I don't even know what the hell that means. The toggle switch is the turning it on and off. That's yeah. So the moment you plug that in, it's already 3 prongs. So that actually power supply is grounded. And once we actually install it into the case, then the case is instantly grounded. So you don't have to, at this point, you dissipated any charge off your body. So like I said, as long as you're not moving like a monkey, you're fine. So I just dissipate the charge and then I unplug it because I don't want to leave that thing plugged in while I'm doing all this.
Okay.
All right. But a one-shot deal and you're really good to go. So the next thing we want to do is we want to get the motherboard into the case itself, and we want to get the power supply into the case itself. And it really doesn't matter which one. You can pick your fancy. Usually the way I decide these things is more often than not, I do the motherboard first, and then I try to either decide if it's a pain to plug in a couple of things around the CPU's heatsink, whether I want to do the CPU before or whether I want to plug stuff in first and then do the CPU. Like there's a little bit of a juggling game, and it depends upon how big that heatsink is versus the rest of the space around the motherboard.
Okay. All right. So I got a couple cables. I have a motherboard booklet.
You're probably going to get to. I'm going to pull that up electronically because we're going to get to stuff in there.
Zip ties. A bunch of little connections. Some 3N tape, whatever this is.
That looks like Wi-Fi antenna. Actually, do you want to know what all that stuff is before I just?
Not critical.
Not critical.
Thermal pad.
The thermal pad is more likely for SSDs, M.2.
Man, this is heavy.
Yeah, there's a lot of copper inside that sucker.
Okay, just open it.
Yeah, open that up. This is the other reason. I got to double check something first.
Should I get like cotton gloves?
Open now. No, actually, no. We don't want any cloth touching the motherboard.
Wow, this is crazy. Okay.
So there's a lot of features about this motherboard I do want to talk about, just so that you're aware and just so it's in the recording.
While I'm holding it.
Well, we can do it while you're holding it. That way you can see it as well too.
Okay.
So let's start at your left. And we're going to move our way down. So your left is actually the top. So you want to reorient this around just so that you're looking at the top being up, so to speak. Yeah, perfect. So, all right, a couple of things. Up there in the upper left corner, there's some power. No, not there. Not on the back. That's the back plate. We'll get to that in a bit. Yes, that's power for the CPU.
Okay.
So we're gonna end up plugging in stuff in there from the power supply that's going to provide additional power for the CPU itself. There should be the main socket in the center. That is the CPU socket, and there's a little contraption that you'll have to pull in order to get that to move up. And actually, we do want to take a look at that. Open that guy up and take a look at the pins. You just want to see that the pins are all straight and none of them are cockeyed or moving in a different direction. And that light is going to be handy for this because they're very small.
Damn it, Brian.
Yeah, there's probably a plastic cover. Yeah.
Everything looks good.
A cursory look, everything looks okay. There's no thermal paste in there. There's no bent pins. There's no oddball, anything. It all looks straight and normal, and everything looks uniform.
Yes.
All right, good. So mechanical inspection of important part done.
Yeah.
The RAM is next on the right.
Yep.
And we're going to have to refer to your motherboard manual of which slots we use. We're only going to use 2 of those 4, and more often than not, it's 2 spaced apart. It's not 2 next to each other. So we'll check the manual for that when we get to that point. Another thing you should know about those sockets, and it's easy to see now, and you might need the light, is that they're notched. So one of them is shorter and one of them's longer. Look at the RAM and see if you can see the notch in the middle and tell me which is shorter and which is longer, the top or the bottom.
I'm pretty sure the top here is longer.
All right. So we'll need to remember that, and we'll mess with that when we get to the RAM itself.
Should I open up the RAM and just double check it?
Nah, don't even want to get into any of that yet. We want to, in my opinion, I'd rather do the CPU because it's kind of a pain to get that CPU heatsink in there.
Do you mean the posts on either side? One is taller and one is shorter? Because the length
posts,
of it. What?
The posts, one of them should be straight and the other one has a little flip.
It has lever, yeah.
Yeah, lever to it.
Yeah.
But no, what I'm talking about is there's a notch like in the very middle.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's about midway, but it's really not. It's actually closer to one end or the other, and that's to prevent you from sticking the RAM in the wrong direction.
I gotta admit, it looks pretty even.
It does. This is why they shouldn't have done it this way. They should have done it so it was really obvious.
Yeah. Now, there are 2 larger holes. So along the rail, there's on one side of the divider, there's 2 holes that are larger. I'm trying to think of an easy way to measure this.
You don't need to measure it. It'll be obvious when we get the RAM out. I just want you to be aware of it. That was it.
Yep. I didn't realize it.
And it's easy to see now before it's in the case. That's the reason why. It'll be obvious when you hold the RAM up against it.
Okay.
Whether or not the notch is matching up or if it's off.
Yeah.
All right, so let's take a look. We're going to keep going to the right. There's a big, huge, gigantic connector. That's probably the power connector for the motherboard itself. So that's the main power for the motherboard. And then we're going to move on down. And I got to look up your manual real quick and open that up. But there's a bunch. There's probably 4 M.2 slots. And if you can't see them all, they're covered by aluminum heat sinks.
Okay.
So one of them is at the very top, right underneath the CPU, before you get to the first card slot.
Okay.
And then I got to get to your manual, even myself. What did I do with this thing?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what an M.2 connection is.
Yeah, well, we're going to get familiar with that real quick. So those are super easy. So you can't see it because you've got aluminum heat sinks over top of it. Right. But I can't really point to stuff. Can I? Can I point to stuff in here? Is there a way to do that? Hold on 1 second. That would be super cool if there's a way to do this. Reaction? No.
Laser pointer?
No. Boy, oh boy, they ought to change that because I'll tell you, this would be super cool to have a pointer.
I mean, I see it almost looks like a display port with 2 screws on either side.
Show me point to it.
It's really hard to see. You're not going to be able to.
Oh.
Like it's underneath the aluminum stuff.
So that Strix, do you see that big red Strix? Yeah. That's one of the M.2 slots.
Okay.
All right. And there's actually 4 of them on that board. And I think they're all covered by those gigantic aluminum flat heat sinks. Yeah. And the big one actually is more than likely covering up 1, maybe 2 of them as well, too.
Okay.
So we're going to use your motherboard manual to decide which ones we want to use, because 2 of them are PCI Express 5, which is super ridiculously fast. Nobody's using that today, nor does any M.2 even come close to using that speed. The other 2 are PCI Express 4. So we want to use one of the 4s right now, eventually, when we install your Western Digital 4 terabyte, because it'll be matching up the speed correctly, and it'll give you a lot more expansion in the future for some really fast stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
That's all I wanted to talk about M.2s. The next one is the GPU card slot. And that's that big left-right slot that's right underneath the Strix.
Gotcha.
That's going to go in there, and it's going to cover all the stuff underneath it as well, too. So if we had anything to install underneath there, we would want to do that before we put the GPU in.
Gotcha.
Just as FYI, just so that you know it and I know it.
Yeah.
I think there's an M.2 under that, but that's what I'm trying to get to the manual. Let me open that up real quick and see. Where is this? Where did I put this thing?
Do you want me to take these aluminum heat sinks off? Oh, I'm sorry. These aluminum heat sinks do have M.2 on them. I can see that.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Hey, all right.
Only 2 of them show it.
They used to not actually say stuff like that, which was actually really useful. Hold on 1 second. I want to find out. I'm just going to do a quick look in your motherboard manual and find out if we have to mess with that. What did I decide? Okay, M.2-2 socket 3. So let's see your motherboard. Yeah, so the big plate on the right, yeah, that one is actually covering 1 slot to the left. That is an M.2. And then there's 1 slot to the right.
Okay.
And I'll have to see, again, we'll have to decide based upon the speed, which are the ones we want to use and which are the ones we want to wait. That one that you were pointing at was one of the 5.0s, so we would not want to use that. We want to leave all your PCI 5 available. The one at the very top, the Strix, that is another PCI 5, so we'll also not want to use that now that I'm seeing the motherboard manual.
Okay.
So the 4s are underneath the big flat heatsink on the right, that guy. Yeah, there's one of them that's a short one above. That one you have your thumb on, and there's one that's actually 2 on that one heatsink.
Yeah.
There's actually 2 of them there.
Yep. I can't see the second one on the larger heatsink, but I believe it's there.
Yeah, it's all underneath there. So we'll have to decide whether we want to cover, use the one above, or whether we want to open up the 2 and stick one on the right. And we'll make that decision later. I don't know the answer yet. I got to look up some info.
Okay.
So the next thing down is a PCI Express. It's another 16 lane, actually above the M.2 double. Above that is that guy right there.
Yeah. So
that guy we're not going to use today. That's an optional expansion port if you need it. I prefer never to use it though, because that is actually 4 card slots wide. So if you got a huge GPU like the 4090, which is 4 card slots wide, it would fit from the first card slot above by the Strix all the way down to that guy, and may even cover that guy up. Okay, so that's how big that GPU is. I mean, these things are gigantic. So since they're that gigantic, I'm going to prefer to stick your Western Digital under the single slot, not under the double, under the single. That way it'll be underneath the GPU and mounted in there. So all your expansion is away from the GPU. Does that make sense?
Oh, so it's going to mount in, this is in orientation like that.
It's going to mount in, in that orient. It'll mount, which way are you holding it?
I'll leave it like this.
It'll mount in like this with the motherboard.
I got you now. Okay.
All right. Yep. And it's going to chew up all that friggin' space.
I got you. Okay.
All right. Good. So your chipset, which is just for your information, the biggie heatsink, the big one, that guy is not that guy. That guy.
Yep.
That is your chipset. So the motherboard intelligence is underneath there, and it just uses a basic heatsink, and it doesn't even need a fan. That's how low power these things have finally gotten.
Okay.
Another couple of interesting things. There's a battery down in the very bottom.
Yep.
10, 15 years from now, that's when that thing usually goes bad. And you're like, what the hell's going on with my motherboard settings? They're not staying here anymore.
Yeah.
That's usually what that's all about.
Okay. Interesting.
And finally, at the bottom, there's one more PCI Express 16 times 3 slot. No, keep going. Go to the double. It's underneath the double. That guy. Yeah. That is a PCI Express 4. The other two are Gen 5. This is a Gen 4. And we will mount your Windows drive, the 3D X Point, 280 gigabyte, whatever that is, Intel thing, to that. Okay. So we're going to mount that guy in there, and it'll only block up some of your
GPU fans.
Well, the stuff at the very bottom. The stuff at the very, very bottom. So look at the very bottom of the motherboard. There's like CHA fan 1, fan 2, and a whole bunch of other like USB ports and all kinds of other stuff. So most of your front panel connectors on the case need to get plugged in down there, depending upon what the connector actually is. And we'll have to refer to both the case plug, what you got dangling in there, and the motherboard manual, and figure out which gets plugged in where.
Okay.
All right. So first we're going to get this mounted into the, well, one more thing I want to check, but then we're going to get this thing mounted into the motherboard itself. Well, two things I want you to be aware of. One is flip that sucker. There's additional stuff, but we'll get to it when we need to. Flip it so you can see the big panel, the back panel. Not the back, not that guy. We'll get to that guy. The back panel. There you go.
Holy crap.
Yeah, holy crap is right. So those are all your ports in the back of the case available to you for external devices. It's a ridiculous amount, and it's also ridiculously fast. What I want you to know is that some of them are faster than others. So let me take one quick look. I'm looking at your motherboard manual.
So there's SS10.
Hold on.
I mean, there's red USBs and black USBs. I assume the red ones are more like the blue USB 3s, but better. Yeah, but better.
Yeah, okay. The red ones are USB 3.2, I think it is.
I have 7 of them.
Yeah, you have a ridiculous amount. So you can your expansion is unlimited.
And there's an SS20 on there.
There is. That's a 20 gigabyte per second USB-C. And that's the fastest there is until we get USB 4. Yeah. That'll be this is the fastest standard that currently is out there. You also have a 2.5 gig LAN. So if you decide to go to a LAN setup that's faster than gigabit, you can easily do 2.5 gigabit and just use that port in the back.
And what's the Wi-Fi 6E? I've never seen.
That's those two pins, down in the that guy, those two.
I've never seen that before.
So 6E is another faster standard that you'd have to have like a Wi-Fi 6E router that would actually make use of it to actually get that speed.
I've never seen the cable and the connections like this before, so it's just new to me.
Oh, the forget what they call those things, RM, SMA connectors or something like that.
Yeah, it just looks like an old cable connector, but just newer. Smaller.
So I do have a question. Do you intend to use the Ethernet or the Wi-Fi under your current configuration?
The plan is to use the Ethernet. My desk is going to go right by my modem, and I'll just plug it, or right by my router and my modem, and I'll just plug it right in.
Plug it right in.
And I have a Cat 6. I made Cat 6 cable. I made that, so I'm going to just use that.
So you're good there.
Yeah.
So one thing I want to make you aware of too, with regard to the cabling, I just found this out myself. It's actually more optimal to plug a switch into the router and then plug devices all into the switch. It's not as optimal to plug a single computer into the router and then a switch for all these other guys. And it has to do with how the communication actually works into the system itself. Just a FYI.
So I have my modem, and it's a modem and router, but then I connect it to an Orbi, and I have the Orbi system in the house as a mesh network. And I was just going to Wi-Fi. I was going to Ethernet cable into the main Orbi, and just go from there.
Got it. So it sounds to me like you don't have a lot of stuff on Ethernet.
I have nothing on Ethernet.
Okay, never mind. Forget what I just said.
Everything's on Wi-Fi. Everything's on the mesh network, and this will be the only thing hardlined in.
Jesus God.
Yeah.
So just so you know, this is also not just a personal preference. There is a massive difference in performance for Ethernet versus Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So if you ever want to do cross computer over the network, like it is so much nicer to have it all Etherneted together.
Yeah. My goal is to, once we have this all set up and running, is to also dedicate and prioritize this in terms of the connection. So I'll dedicate an IP address to it.
You won't even need to do that. The fact that it's on Ethernet alone, it's already going to be light years better than anything else.
The Orbi mesh network does hundreds of megabits. So it's a really good Wi-Fi system. I am pretty happy with it. Now, granted, I don't get my full speed. I do agree. I'll get 500. Right now I'm paying for 500, and I'll get it because I've tested that. I've plugged my laptop into my router. It does work. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So let me look at that back panel one more time and see. No, yeah, that guy there. And I'm trying to find your manual here. Where is it going to tell me? Come on, baby. Is there anything else? There's something about the back panel I wanted to highlight.
I mean, it does have, it just looks like regular HDMI. It doesn't look like 2.1, but, okay. And then the display.
So, okay, yeah, we ought to talk about that. So the HDMI that's up there and the display port that's up there, that is actually directly connected to the iGPU inside the CPU.
Okay.
So we will not want to plug anything in there. I love to use it only as an audio out. If you want to have like a second audio source going to like a stereo or a surround sound speaker system or something like that, you could use that HDMI plug at the very top of the back of the motherboard as an alternate audio source. And then you're sending the audio out and not messing with your GPU. Yep. So that would be the only thing I ever use that for, or for testing the CPU. Other than that, we will never use those ports at the top.
Okay. What am I plugging my monitor in there?
The GPU itself.
Okay.
So it's going to have a whole bunch of ports on the back, and that's the one that you're going to want to end up plugging the monitor into.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I think I see where this goes. If I had to guess, I think I see.
Well, I don't want you to put it in just yet because I had one more thing to check, but before I did, here we go. Finally got to it. Okay. So on the back, a couple of things, and it's easiest to see now. This is why, while it's not mounted, that's why I'm talking things through. So you have, we're probably not going to need it, but I just want you to be aware. On the very back, in the very center, there's a BIOS flashback port and a BIOS flashback button on the back panel.
I see them.
You see them. Okay, great. If you ever need to update the BIOS outside of like critical failure time, and you need to update the BIOS, you can use that port and a USB flash drive to update the BIOS. Now, there's other ways of updating the BIOS if everything's functional, but if S hits the fan, and you ever need to update the BIOS and nothing's working, that is your fail-safe in order to do so.
Okay.
We're not going to end up using that today, but I just wanted you to be aware of that.
Thank you.
Other than that, what else? There's audio ports in the back. It's got a really amazing onboard audio, but nobody uses that stuff these days anyway. So
yeah, that looks like a almost 5.1 level of audio.
It really is. I think it's either 5.1 or 7.1, and it's amazing. And the sound chip is in the lower left if you want to see it on the. It's that Supreme silver thing in the lower left. That's where the sound card is located.
Interesting. Okay.
7.1. They say here that it goes up to 7.1.
That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. The amount of free audio these days is amazing. Okay. So we're almost ready. Let's go to the very back of the motherboard, because once we mount this in there, then you can't see it. So I don't think we need to mess with anything back here, but this is the one thing we need to check before we stick this motherboard in there. And that is there anything about this back plate that needs to either be removed and replaced with something else because of your fan and heatsink for the processor? So set down the motherboard and pick up the heatsink for the CPU. And we're going to look at the instruction manual, and I don't have this. Is there anything about this that needs to change anything, or can we use the normal mounting holes? That's the heatsink should have come with like instructions or something. Yeah, there we go. Would those fit perfectly on the existing mounts that are on top of the CPU?
On top of the CPU.
Yeah, so
I'm looking.
Is there any, like, those screws got to go somewhere? You see what I mean? So Mach put it in place. And just so you know, orientation, the fins should be vertical.
Coming straight, like coming up through the CPU.
Yeah, coming up. If this is my flat CPU, yes,
Look.
You have it correct. You have it oriented correct. So is there anything for it to screw into?
I don't think so.
So those black plastic
things have to come off?
Are more likely going to come off, and it's probably going to have something that goes in its place that it will screw into.
I'm trying to hold this carefully to not.
It should have something on the bottom that's like covering it, like a plastic. Don't take that off yet.
Yeah.
So it's already, like you can set it on top of that. That'll be fine.
All right, so these look like quarter turns, basically. Yeah, I don't think, no, these black plastics I think have to come off. Let me look. Here's my fan. Oh, damn it.
That's the fans. That's all good.
Fans.
There should be something else with that CPU heatsink that then goes in the place of those black plastics. And the question of the day, right at the moment, is, do they mount in there? Do you need to access the back of the motherboard to get them to mount in? Because if we do, then we should do that now.
Yes.
Because there's nothing worse than putting a motherboard in a case with all the screws involved, and then you're like, oh shit, I need to take this thing out in order to mount this thing.
Yeah.
But these are the lessons of life.
There's a lot.
And I'm going to try to look up that manual. What was the name of this heatsink again? Thermal Rights TA Assassin?
Yeah. Peerless Assassin 120 SE.
There we go.
It tells me what to do for AMD 4.
I think 4 and 5 are the same. I think they kept it the same. God bless AMD for keeping the mounting locations the same.
That's Japanese. All right. Remove AMD AM4 plastic brackets. Keep the back. Wow. Keep the back plate. Install AMD metal brackets with AMD 4 screws and AMD plastic standoffs. Okay. Let me figure
We actually can do that now. Oh, yeah. Look, are those the things that you're holding on to?
Yeah.
That's going to go in the back. That already answers the question. Look at how big it is.
Yeah.
It has to fit in the back. So we actually want to mount that thing in there now. And if we're going to mount that in there now, honestly speaking, we could just do the CPU right now.
Okay.
The only way that this is wonderful is if your case happens to have a cutout in the back of it to access that back port when we put the motherboard in there. So
No,
take a look.
it does.
It does?
So
holy crap.
That's the access for the, and I think this is what you're talking about.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So hold up the motherboard into that case. We don't need to actually stick it in there, but just, go take a look. How much of the back is accessible? Can you look at it from the back side while you're holding it in there with one hand? Does it look like the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay, this is going to be so easy. Well,
then
this is easy.
Crap. It's like stuck. Okay. I don't know what I was on, but it was kind of stuck. Okay, so we should install the motherboard first.
So yeah, we can install the motherboard first and deal with all that later. This is so easy. Cases used to not be made that way.
Yeah.
Just to let you know. And that was a big pain in the A.
Yeah.
Okay, so there should be standoffs that come with the case. So the case is going to have, more than likely, either they're already in the case back, or they're in a little bag, and there's a whole bunch of screw standoffs. And I forgot the wrench. I forgot to mention the adjustable wrench. Like you can wrench hand it, but we really ought to slightly turn them in with a adjustable wrench.
They just look like screws.
Well, a bunch of them are going to be screws, but the standoffs are like hex in the sides, and they have a screw on the bottom. So they screw into the case itself, and then they produce a standoff distance and then a threaded hole.
No, it's already installed.
They're already installed?
Yeah, there's 9 of them.
Oh, this is even easier.
Yeah, they're already installed.
Oh, it's about time. Brian, you're spoiled by this PC building stuff is a million times easier than it used to be.
I just don't know. There's so many screws.
You're probably not going to use all those screws, just to let you know.
So there's 9 standoffs. The middle one says EAMI1, or it just says EAMI, and it looks like it's that's actually it just looks like a pin.
So they can be a pin. They can be how do I describe this? Like an arrowhead that it's like a clip.
And it's just a locating pin. Oh, I think this has to be the type of screw to use. That's what it's got to be.
There should be 9 standoffs that are in the same location as the 9 holes on the motherboard. The holes all have like metal rings around them, so that the entire screw is grounded and separated from the motherboard itself. Yeah,
it does. I see it. I'm not. Yes.
So go ahead and test one of those screws, because we want to get the right thread pitch. Some of them are very thin and some of them are fatter. More than likely, I think it's the thin ones, but I would test one of those screws into one of those mounting standoffs, so that you know exactly which screw is going to be the one you've got to get 9 of.
8. I only need 8.
You only need 8. That's great, because one was
these don't look right. Whatever. So there's 8 in this pack. Too many.
My God, did they separate them out by screw type? That never happens. This is even easier.
Yeah, I think it's got to be this pack. There's let me look at this one. I'm not staying organized enough. 1, 2.
Oh, don't worry about that. This building a computer is like building a car. You do your best to be organized, but we'll get to things when we need to.
Some of these are flatter and wider heads. I wonder which one I should use. No, it's only one.
The case might actually have a manual. If it does, it's going to point out exactly what screw type goes where.
Yeah. Shit.
Not all cases have a manual.
I don't think this one did. Where would I put it? That's all garbage. I don't remember seeing one.
It might not. A lot of cases don't.
I gotta keep this organized. I do need to keep this organized. It's gonna bother me if I don't. All of this goes here.
Yeah, you're in the most disorganized phase when everything is available and not everything is needed.
Dude, this is power source.
You can set that aside for now because we're gonna get that motherboard in there.
All right. All right, and then this is fan. Ams, you want to help us? Watch out your foot. I think we're gonna try.
I think the 9-pack sounds like a good place to start.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I don't think it's this one because the threads go all the way to the head, and these have a shank, a shaft to them for as it passes through.
Well,
motherboard.
That would be unusual, just to let you know. Normally, threads to the head is standard, even though it's not technically in use.
I think I'm right.
You could be. That would be new.
No, this doesn't go through.
It doesn't go through the hole?
No. Well, I mean, I don't want to force it.
Definitely don't force it.
I'm
going to try to look this up.
No, that's all right. All right. Let me open this other pack. These are the only 2 packs with 8 screws in it, so it's the 2 that would make
one
sense.
Of the 2. I gotcha.
Yeah. That's the graphics processing unit. All right, so problem is this doesn't fit in the standoff. So it's definitely not this.
Those are the...
So it's definitely the ones with the shanks.
It's definitely the ones with the shanks.
Yeah. The thing is, I get a lot of thread engagement. It's like the head of the screw is not going to sit on the motherboard.
This is unusual. This is really unusual, Brian. Hold on. I'm looking something up.
I will get a lot of thread engagement in the standoff. I'll get almost all of it.
The motherboard is usually mounted like a brick because it has to take the weight of the GPU, which is heavy and huge. It has to take the weight of that fan and heatsink.
Yep.
So we're going to find the right screw for this.
Yep, I agree.
Are you trying to find something to put in here?
Yes.
In the picture, there's nothing in there.
Yeah, but there's got to be a way to mount this properly. I do have a ton of other screws that could be used.
Let me. What's your case again? It's the. Oh boy! Oh boy!
Fractal.
Fractal. That's it.
I think it's fractal.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I found it.
Fractal. Yep.
Sometimes they have instructions online, even though they don't provide it. That's what I'm trying to look for now.
And you know what you could do that would be really helpful? A whole bunch of small Tupperwares. So we can put open.
So like a little cup.
As many, yeah, bring up as many as you want. Not all of them, but a lot. Thank you.
Oh, there are top fans. There's 2 of them.
We don't need tape and a Sharpie. I don't see them.
Just so you can
There's at least 2 mounts for them. I don't know if they're actually in there or not.
Yeah, I don't see anything. The top's definitely open. I could see where a fan could go. Well, I mean, I can see sort of where it could go. I'm not entirely sure how you would mount it, but oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, yes, I can see where they can go. I don't have them, but
That's fine.
Yeah.
So just so you know, one option is those fans on the bottom.
Could move up.
You could move them to the top.
Yeah.
And you don't usually need that kind of stuff, but if you were having heat problems, pulling that hot air out the top would be beneficial. The other thing is pulling the hot air out the back. And it says it has at least one fan that can go in the back. Did I read that? Yeah, there's one rear fan. So I would, quite frankly, I don't know if you can see where that rear fan would go in the back. Like one of the bottom ones, move them to the back. That actually is really helpful.
It doesn't, I see a lot of like ports, areas that you can mount cards and stuff like that right here.
Uh-huh.
But are you backwards? I don't see anything. Like there's one up. There is a mounting part up here inside the top. Above
the slots. The slots are where the GPU and all that other stuff.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're talking about. I don't know. I would have to measure it. Don't open anymore until we're. Can you go?
So
I'll just watch.
Get boxes of small.
No. Go get a tape measure.
Measure?
Yep.
Where?
Go find one.
I think it's
moving one of those fans on the bottom to that back location is huge.
Yeah, and then we'd have to mount it appropriately, though, right?
Correct. We would want to mount it so that it's forcing air out the back. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
That is huge, though.
Well, yeah, my problem is it just doesn't look, using my engineering eyes, it doesn't look like it's the right width hole pattern, and that's why I want a tape measure real quick.
Sure. Well, you can measure the fan that's down there and measure the hole spacing.
That's what I'm talking about. I want to be able to measure.
And moving that fan now before we put the CPU heatsink in is super important.
It does look like it's the right, it might be the right size. Okay. Should we do that first?
Yeah, actually. I know I got into the motherboard, but really that's actually a really smart move.
Now there's no, I guess I don't need a cup. Whatever. I know what I'm saying.
So okay, the reality is that let me think this through. Which one do we want to take? The
closest one? The closest one to the front?
I would take.
Thank you.
I'm thinking the airflow through. Hold on. I would take the one in the very back.
Yes, that's the one I was planning on taking.
Either that or the middle. Hold on. Let me really think this through. Maybe the middle.
How does this should just snap up. So why is it not snapping up?
I'd take the one in the middle because the one in the back can cool your Intel 3DX point.
All right, we'll get to it.
The one in the front is going to provide better heat movement in the right direction.
Yeah.
The one in the middle is the least valuable one.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so it looks like there's 2 screws. 4 screws.
There should be 4 screws holding it in.
No.
You can use those exact same 4 screws to mount it in the back.
What I'm saying is that the bottom is held on by screws too.
Do you have to take that off in order to get to them?
Yes. I can see the heads of the fan screws but it's under the screen. Now the screen,
Can you just pull the screen off? Does it just come off?
I have to take these screws out. I have to take these screws out. Thank you. It will be. Okay, I gotta take these screws out to get the bottom off.
Yeah, and good idea on the cups.
I'm sorry?
Is that one the fell off, the starred one? This is the...
Yes, yeah, you wrote the right one. That's good.
Hey, thanks for bringing those cups. That's a brilliant idea. It's going to make this a lot easier.
Ems, do you know my pen magnet? Do you know what the magnet collector is? That little extendable pen?
Not really. You'd have to be...
Do you know my
toolbox?
my toolbox? The big top drawer.
Yeah.
There's this thing that looks like a pen. It has a big, it doesn't have a big magnet. It has a small magnet on the front and it extends.
Got it.
Okay? I don't think this is the right screwdriver.
We've been at this for an hour. We might want a water break.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm good.
I've already got some. I was just letting you know, time check.
Balls. I know it's going to happen. I need to order more of these screws.
No, they always give you more than enough. We just have to find it.
My point is, I'm going to strip them over time. Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, the easy now intention. Come on.
Good.
So, I get the option against that, Brian, is do you have a small screwdriver set like this? One of these like tiny ones?
Yeah.
Those help to prevent stripping those screws because you can't put the torque on them with this.
One that looks like a circle?
One that looks like a circle.
I think there's one that's like a circle that's just that way. But where would that be? If you're going to need those, where would that be?
Go find all the small Phillips head screwdrivers you can.
Where?
Like this.
I don't know.
Okay. Oh.
So that's another piece of advice. When tightening down these Phillips, if you're using a regular screwdriver, less than a quarter turn past tight.
Yeah. I guess having a magnet around here isn't exactly the smartest idea of mine.
Actually, no. It used to be a problem, but now that hard drives are all SSD based, doesn't matter. That was the only magnetic sensitive component left. So, all good. I use the magnet grabber too whenever I invariably drop a screw in the wrong place in my case, and I'm like, that is not staying down there.
All right, so this is free. Why isn't it coming out? This is connected, right? No, it's not. This other one came out, but this one is not. Why? I can't see everything back there. Does this just slide? It does not. So I have to take the bottom off also? Okay.
I found the manual.
Okay.
I'm looking this up. How do I get to this? Hold on. Oh, perfect. Yeah, this thing does have a manual. You know what? Can I email this to you?
Yeah.
Done.
Do I have to take the front off? No. Yes, I do. Yes. I do.
This will make your job a lot easier if you actually can see what you're doing.
Let's take this off. I think I need to do that. Yeah, that is why. That is why. Filter. Why don't you want to come off? Do I need to take you off? This is backwards. Do I need to take you off? I probably don't. It might be better. Okay. All right. Middle fan, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's annoying. I can't get to all the screws. I need to take the fan deck out. All right.
So do you need to put that bottom back on? Like, is that not?
No. There is these. I need to take. There's
It's
four
all on the inside.
Yeah. The whole deck has to come off. I can take a fan off and then put the deck back on.
Got it. Oh, no, I got the wrong manual. Doggone it.
Well, that's one. Where's the remaining one? Was there just two? But then
Torrent.
how do you do that?
Where's the torrent? Products.
All right. Let's be serious. Just take it down. Right. That definitely has to come off, I think. Oh, good sign.
Real good sign. Awesome.
Okay, fan deck off. Okay, let me take the middle fan. Middle fan. That's what we agreed on, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I figured out. Oh, Brian. I figured out the screws with the shank in them.
One quick question before you get to that. Are those fans wired together before you take that out of there, or is it separate? Each of them is a separate plug.
Each separate plugs.
Okay, go ahead. And then what was your point about the shank?
Never mind. I thought I found where they go. I did find, so the screws that are fully threaded, that are quantity 8, are for fans. Same screw came out of this fan.
Yeah, those are probably a thicker thread pitch.
All good.
Or I'm sorry, a wider thread pitch.
It's a thicker
and a thicker screw.
Yep.
That will not be used for the motherboard. Those I guarantee that the fan screws are never the motherboard screws.
Good.
Usually the motherboard screws are a very thin thread pitch. It's very tight.
Yeah, like I said, the ones with the shank that don't fully seat the head on the motherboard do screw into the standoff.
Oh boy.
Man.
But they don't fit through the holes. Yeah.
Okay, fan is off. Now, this is how I want to mount it. But I need to make sure, are we?
But you don't want 3 fingers.
Huh. Okay, I'm comfortable mounting it. But the fan attach holes are only threaded on one side.
So this is, before you mount that in there, take a look at all the different sides of the fan. It should have a direction indicator for the airflow.
It does. It does.
Now that we got it out of there.
But you don't want that with the piece that keeps them all together.
We do. So maybe, should I mount the fan on the outside? That would keep, no.
You can, but usually they're mounted on the inside.
Yeah.
And you want the airflow pushing it out the back.
Yeah.
So they were sucking it up through the bottom. So I would orient the fan in the right direction. I'm assuming you already did that.
I am doing that, yeah.
Okay.
Now, the problem, like I said, the problem is that the holes in the fan are not threaded.
Correct.
So I
So what
can't.
The fan screws are designed to cut their own threads into the fan itself.
Well, that is good news.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what they're designed for. They're nasty screws, and they chop into whatever plastic you need them to chop into.
All right. Ems, can you hold this, please? Let's chop some plastic.
Yeah. Assuming you've got it oriented to blow air out the back.
I do.
Okay.
I'm not.
Then
I don't run aircraft production as a dumb person.
Yep.
What's wrong, Ems? Sorry, you tell me. What was?
No, I was just saying they won't land up. No, it's fine.
Yes, they will be lined up. We just have to get some level of location first.
So why?
Go ahead.
Where are you moving? Why are you putting down like that? So are you going to take these other fans off and do the same thing?
No, the other fans are going to stay there. But the idea is to create a whole bunch of airflow.
Why are you taking it off of it?
We're making a strategic decision to make this better. The thing is, this allows for people to change to better suit what they want to do. Yeah, so.
Oh, so were these at this area here?
I'm sorry?
Were they there?
Yep, and we're going to put them back in.
But there.
What's that?
I said you're putting them back in, but there, not down.
No, this is the only fan we're moving. The other two will stay.
So you're just having a bunch of fans in different areas.
So many fans.
In different areas.
Yep.
To help make sure that it gets out.
So I'll tell you a funny story while you're doing this. A buddy of mine was building his own computer, and he didn't think this through, and he ended up facing all of his fans into the computer.
Yeah.
So he created a pressure zone inside the computer, and none of the air was flowing at all. And the result of that, of course, was everything was overheating.
Of course.
So that's the one thing that you worst case want to avoid.
Yeah.
These fans are going to plug.
Now this is interesting. These fans blow in.
They should suck air from the bottom up into the case.
Okay, and we have that right. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, mount that back into place.
I'm listening. I'm with it.
And then we'll mount the bottom back onto the case.
Are we going to eventually plug them in?
Yeah, we're going to plug them into the power source.
Which is that board over here?
No, it's this thing. Okay, I want to do something.
Flaps. Flaps. And
My backward? It must be backwards.
leave this light here.
I wasn't backwards. We need that light, just not this second. All right, that will help me screw it back in.
Wait. What happened if I leave? Ooh.
All right, fans are back lined up. Yes, Ems.
I can make the light go that way when I'm making it go that way.
I wonder if you're going to use a mirror. Sneaky, sneaky.
Just to let you know, we're going to likely leave those fans on the bottom off at first and see if we can just have direct flow front to back.
Okay.
Message received. This.
I don't think you definitely don't need them with the hardware you have today, and you might not need them with the hardware you have tomorrow.
Okay.
We're not from beginning.
All right. Fan track is secure. Let's
So I got an answer because I got your case manual. The screws with the what did you call that again?
shank.
Shank. The screws with the shank are for 3.5 hard drives.
Wait, give me one.
Okay.
I'll be fine for a second.
That definitely answers that.
And there's an additional M3 mounting screws that are more than likely, you probably have 16 of them for the motherboard itself. If I had to guess, those would be it. Yeah, go ahead and put all that bottom on first.
Yeah. So this is definitely right. Let me figure out how to get crap. I think it was like this.
It probably just slots in. Yeah, exactly. So that's another thing to note for yourself. There's one in the front and there's one in the bottom. Then they just slide out. They're real easy to get at and clean.
Yeah. Well, it didn't slide out as easy as you'd think. Yeah. Okay.
Also, I said, okay, I'm helping my dad build a fan because he kept talking about fans. I said fan, and I said a fan.
I don't think they're right.
They look like bricks.
That can't be right either.
Yeah, it mounts flush to the back of the case, if I had to guess.
Yeah, it's just not obvious.
Because you would want to grab it in the back. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely. I have to have that one. This has to be like this. Okay.
Well, how about you try to put it on without the match and then you try to put it on with the.
Can I share something? Let me see if I can share this. How do I share with you?
Okay, hold on. There are visual indications. Hold on.
Oh, good.
To get it right. But hold on. This has to go there. So is building computers not my thing?
Yeah. It seems like you keep struggling.
Do I keep struggling?
Are you sure you didn't put it one on the other side?
Yes, I think I had these in the wrong side. All right, I think I got it.
Now it fits.
Here we go.
Ish.
It's.
I think I have this backwards. I 100% have this backwards. Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Go ahead, talk to Charlotte. We're good.
I
So this is definitely wrong. That's definitely right. That's definitely right. That's definitely okay. So that's where these go.
Here, how do I share this?
You don't. I got it.
You got it oriented correctly? The feet?
I'm getting. Yeah. I'm getting it. There's visual indications where everything goes. I'm figuring it out.
Not. Oh,
What's up?
I got this. Hold on. I'm fixing it.
Okay. That's correct.
There we go. Got it. I finally got what I was looking for.
This has to be like this. You got pictures of me
No, I
doing this?
got a couple minutes.
Till what? Till Charlotte comes back?
Does it have the same look in the front of the feet as it does in the back?
No, that's my point. Is there are the way the pieces go back together, there's visual indications on where the screen should be relative to each piece.
Got it.
That's what I was working on getting back together.
Got it.
And then each bottom piece only lines up with the screw holes, with its own screw holes. So like, unless you have it in the right location, it's not going to line up.
It's not going to fit. Okay.
Yep.
Well, that's good because that prevents you from putting it in upside down and backwards.
Yep. Yep.
I love that kind of stuff. I mean, it might be a little more time consuming, but at least you can't do it wrong. That's what I love about that stuff.
Yeah. All right. So this is going to be a little tricky.
Daddy, what are we building?
So this is the case of the computer, and we're taking our time to make sure we configure it the way we want it to so that it runs the best it can. And then we're going to start putting the guts of the computer in.
The beautiful part about doing it this way is that it's a little more work up front, but then once it's together, you never have to touch it again.
Yeah. Damn it, Brian. The dropsies are getting me. This is going to be a little tough. There we go. All right, I'm not tightening them fully, but I need to flip it to be able to get to the other screws.
Yeah, go for it.
What? Is Charlotte talking to you?
Yeah, well, no, we were doing it through voice messages, and I said, well, it's hard to explain. He's building the casing, we're going to put the guts in. And then Charlotte sends me a message, the guts?
Call her, and let's talk to her. Well, let's
Not-
show her what we're doing.
She's just sending.
Okay.
She's not going to call yet.
You could show her a picture of all the guts.
I showed her a picture of all the materials. What are you saying?
Yeah, Charlotte.
She's sending me voice messages.
Hey.
How do I share this? Here we go. Oh, look at this.
Okay. Oh, that's how they want me to mount everything?
That's the screw.
Now we're both equally sized.
Upper left.
Okay.
And here's how it should look.
Yep. Perfect. Okay. All right. Fans are moved. I'm going to flip it, and then we'll put it in.
Ooh, fan. Can I spin one?
No, just leave it.
Oh, you tightened down all the bottom, like the feet and everything.
I
Yeah.
did it slowly, just like you talked about.
Yeah. I also, FYI, when I mount stuff, including the fan, I always star pattern everything.
Yeah.
Just like
Yeah.
wheels.
I did. Yep.
Yeah. All right. You want me to zoom in? Can I zoom in on this? Whoa.
No, no, it's fine. I don't see any screw like that.
There's a ton of them. Hold on, let me find out how many.
Oh, it said there's 11, right?
16 of these. Oh no, 11. Yeah, 11.
I think I found them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
What is happening?
No, I have 16 of those. It came with 16 of them. I think these are it. Let me try. Yes, what's up?
I said, what's happening? Because I was talking to you, so you could tell Charlotte, and then Charlotte says, I'm having a hot dog. And she shows me like a hot dog in like a cup.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what do we do with that?
You should only.
It works in the standoff.
Perfect. You should only need 8 of them.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
A bunch of these things, but if
It sort
I'm
of works.
Ooh.
It's the only one it could be.
Can you show it up to the camera? Let me stop presenting. I want to see the head. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Wait,
Yes.
back off. Yeah, that's what I thought too, but they're saying there's a different screw.
That's what we call guts. It's like
I've used those before, I think, if it works in the standoff.
Yeah.
But they're saying in this particular case that there's a whole different screw that doesn't have that flange on the side of the head. It's just a regular screw.
I understand.
What were those? I'll see if I can find out what those flanged ones are for.
Okay, let's put that in.
Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, they're different thread pitch.
Nope, got them. I got the 11. I have them.
You found the 11. Okay.
Emily opened it and put it in another.
That's
oh,
cool.
that feels so much better. Nope, these are it. These are it.
Yeah. Those are the ones we want.
Okay. Okay.
All right, let's motherboard this sucker up.
Anything else to do to the motherboard now?
No, we already covered all the potential screw ups.
There's a lot of like thermal pads and other things with the motherboard. We don't need any of that.
That's going to all be on the top side. Super easy. I already covered the hard part. The hard part is the back of the CPU.
There's peelable stickers on the front, and should I take any of them off?
Oh, that's a good point. Wear peelable stickers, and probably yes. And you could probably mount it first, I think, but it's probably on just the heat sinks if I had to guess.
No, there was one on the back, all of the plug-in things.
Oh,
everything
really?
else, yeah. I took that one off.
You
of
can
the other
take all that
heat sinks-
peelable stuff off. That stuff's all junk that you want to remove.
What is? There's like a button here.
On the side?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me look at your case motherboard manual. It's probably a reset button for the motherboard itself.
Mm-hmm.
If it is, that's really a nice feature. Let me find out what the. Oh wait, no, that's for the graphics card. That's the. This is a super awesome feature. We didn't talk about great features like this. That releases the graphics card. You'll see eventually. It used to be such a pain in the ass, but this button business from Asus makes it 1,000,000 times easier because the graphics cards are now so huge that they end up getting in the way of your fingers hitting the release all the way down to the card slot. But so that button moves it farther away from the card so that you can easily eject your graphics card these days.
Okay.
That's a feature of Asus motherboards only, which is why one of the reasons why I love their motherboards so much.
Okay. Motherboard going in.
Motherboard going in. We got the right screws.
I'm just thinking about logistics.
Yeah, just stick it in general and try to get one of the screws into the holes and then use like an opposite corner so that you can help with the orientation of everything.
Now, remember, I have the post in the center.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that makes it even easier.
Oh, that looks beautiful in the back.
It should mount flush, like really nice flush.
Oh no, beautiful. It's flush.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
The Gotson.
Okay. Let's get some screws in.
That's another feature that used to be a pain in the ass too. They used to have back plates. I mean, good God, it's so much easier now.
Yep. Oh,
And all because of standardization is the reality there.
Yeah. Okay. Hand tight. He's going to be a little awkward.
Yeah, just go to snug for the 8.
Yep.
And then star it. And you want this to be tight, but not over tight.
I don't like this.
And time check after you get this in. We're on 2 hours water bathroom break. I'm going to take one myself.
Yeah, go ahead. Go
You're
now.
good?
Yeah. And I know what I need to do. This will take me a little bit. Come on. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, I didn't ask. There was none of that peelable cellophane stuff on the back of the motherboard, right?
I remember looking for it to keep it all in mind, and no, I did not see any of that.
Okay. Personally, I wish that stuff didn't even come on your. You almost.
Yeah, I get why. Like, they don't want to give you something that got scratched up when, like, the cheapest thing ever could prevent returns. But
I get it. At the same time, usually it comes in an anti-static bag, and more than likely that bag is not going to create a scratch.
yeah, but then there wouldn't be a whole subreddit to peeling that stuff off.
Yeah, and more importantly, a subreddit of those that never peeled that stuff off. They're like, cellophane? What the hell's that? I just built the computer and put it all together.
You know, this is the one time that having bigger hands to help with sports and other things is causing me pain and suffering.
Well, what?
I mean, my hands aren't exactly the smallest things. And that helps when I'm playing softball or like gripping things or, doing work around the house.
But this is fine pitch work.
Yeah.
Is what you're getting at. Yeah, this is where small hands come in handy.
Yeah. And my hands also aren't exactly the steadiest things in the world. So.
Well, my answer to that is I magnetize, because there's no mechanical hard drives anymore. I magnetize one of my screwdrivers just in case. Yeah, exactly.
I've used it on 4 out of the 8 screws.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'm tightening, not too tight, but getting it snug.
Yeah, exactly. And because AMD is committed to the next 3 gens, I mean, there's going to be, this is a perfect time to get into this motherboard socket. Because as you can see, the biggest, most annoying part to have to change out is, quite frankly, the motherboard.
Yeah.
So if you can avoid that, then it just makes life so much easier. That's all.
I think we're good. Okay, next step.
Confident. Okay. Next step is question. Grab that heatsink from the CPU and check, is it easier? Can we install that now? The question is, can we install that now and still reach those power connectors in the upper left corner of the motherboard for the CPU? That was one of the first things I had talked about. Can you still get in there with your hands to plug in those cables if we install the CPU first?
Can I put the fans on? How do the fans go on?
We don't have to put the fans in until later.
Okay, if I can do that, how does the connector go on? Does it go on and then snap over top?
Yeah, exactly. It'll fit straight in only one orientation, and it'll have a clip over the top that will clip in and snap like a hook.
Now the heat sink and the fans should be in line with all the other fans, right?
Yeah, so you've got it oriented correctly. It's going to blow the air through the heatsink and then through that fan that we installed, which is why that fan in the back is so important, because it helps the CPU suck all that hot air away.
Yeah. All right. Then yes, I can put this on and still get to the power. Okay.
Then great. Personally, I like to get the CPU out of the way next because it's just a big bulky item, and it's easier to get that thing in there before you start putting in more guts.
Okay. Oh, this came with therm. Whatever.
Yeah. And it's all good. All that thermal paste is good, generic thermal paste. It's good to use. So CPU. So first thing we want to do now that we check the socket is sometimes they have a plastic contraption covering those pins. You're actually going to pull that plastic contraption out of there because it's no longer needed, and stick it in your motherboard box.
It says remove. So
yeah.
How do I? Does the metal stay on?
The metal stays on. You got to move the lever first. So the lever slides out, and then the metal flips up, and then contraption out. Perfect.
Yep, I got it.
Perfect. And then you go for your CPU itself, and there should be in the box a flat CPU because all the pins are now on the motherboard, which makes it actually easy.
Where did I put it?
Ryzen 7.
That's this. It's hidden behind my light.
There we go.
Come on.
And it might be in there, like box cutter. You know what I mean? Because they don't want you opening that kind of thing. Scissors. Yeah, there you go. This is to make sure nobody's trying to cheat the system. So before we stick the CPU in, there is a gold triangle
Where?
And there is a flat angular corner. One of the four corners is going to have a little flat angular. This is where the light comes in. Yeah.
Got the gold triangle.
Got the gold triangle. You want to match gold triangle to gold triangle.
Okay.
And then you know that you're getting the pins in the right place.
Am I putting the CPU in with thermal paste?
No, not yet. No thermal paste yet. And if it has a cover on top of the CPU, leave the cover on.
It has like a metal like thing. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean on top of the metal. If there's any plastic on top of the metal, leave that on. So, and your goal here when you take that out of the box is not to touch the pins.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So we want to handle it on the sides. We want to match triangle to triangle, and we just want to basically let it set right on in on top of those pins. And if it has a plastic on top of the metal heat spreader, leave that plastic on. We'll get to that.
I feel like this is quite the important part.
It's not super important. It's just I'm avoiding all these cleaning steps that everybody online tells you about. If you do it right, you don't have to clean anything.
This is heavy.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, there's about 250 watts that goes through that one little piece of metal and circuit board. That would be that heat spreader that gives it weight. But yeah, there's a lot of power that goes through there.
Okay.
All right. So if you're sure you've oriented triangle to triangle,
yep,
and we've got it in the right place, you can remove that. If there's a cover, if there's a plastic on top of the heat spreader, you can remove it now.
I don't see anything.
Okay. Then you want to pull the metal lid down.
Yep.
And then you want to use the lever contraption to securely hold the CPU into its socket.
Okay. I feel like I'm putting a lot of pressure on it.
It actually will. It'll feel like it's putting a lot of pressure on it. That's okay. You got to get that. You got to get that lever back into its right location.
I got it.
That's good. Remember, 250 watts, and we don't want this sucker to move. So it's going to put some pressure.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're good.
We're good. Now we're ready to remove those plastic black spacers, and we're ready to install that back plate on the back of the motherboard, because we're going to mount that heatsink on there next. And we will do the thermal paste before we do the heatsink, but we got to get that back plate in there first. I did all this with my son, by the way, when he was 10 or 12. This was so fun. He was completely fascinated and enamored at the whole concept of building his own computer and then using it to play games and, you know, do all this cool stuff.
Yeah. Okay, those are off.
So there should be a back plate that's going to also fall off, and it might have fallen as you took those plastics off.
Whoops.
On the back of the motherboard.
Yep. Yep. It didn't.
Can you just pull it out?
No. It's definitely secured. It's one. I don't know how to do this easy. It's one big plate. It has 4 other fasteners through it, but the other fasteners are for the chip. So
maybe we don't touch that stuff. Can you just put that bracket over top of it on the back? I'm going to look up thermal right while you're doing this, while you're looking.
Something isn't right. How do I do this? So that matches the pattern. But why would I? Those are rivets. They don't come out. But it matches their pattern. So I'm probably trying to clear them.
We might not need that back plate.
Okay. There's a lot.
The other option is there might be just metal flat brackets that fit in the place of where that plastic black stuff used to be.
Yes, there are.
See if we don't need that, and if those brackets will mate with the screws of the heatsink.
They will. I see how to do it.
This is even easier, in other words.
These, yeah, it says AMD4 on them. These curve in to help mount. Now,
you probably used the same screws as what you took out.
Yeah, but this isn't good. It doesn't. Hold on. Oh, that's right. They have this. Hold on. I have the instructions here. Okay. So take out those brackets. Cool. Put these in with K and L. K is the, which one's which? Oh my God, these guys are great. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I see how to do it. There's different hardware packs and they label them. So doesn't get any better than this.
Doesn't get any better than this. And then after this, we're going to do an organization cleanup.
Smart.
Just to make sure that motherboard stuff is with motherboards, case stuff is with case, and CPU heatsink is with CPU. We don't want to intermix all this stuff.
Yep. I need to lay this back down, would be the smarter thing.
Yeah, oh yeah, oh definitely. That makes it a lot easier being flat.
Oh, that's beautiful. The cutout in the spacer, it's on top of the insert, the threaded insert. So I can just set it down on the motherboard and then bring this over and put the screws down. It's just
perfect.
Someone
was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love these little things. You know, we have to thank the internet for that, because originally problems like this would occur, and then that insight would never make it back to manufacturers for them to make a change. These days, everything is available information-wise, and all the manufacturers got to do is just listen.
Yeah.
And then they can make their stuff a million times easier and better.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Yeah, no worries.
Get rid of this.
Did I put it? Oh. Also, we don't have to finish today. So if
Heck with that. That's an unimportant phone call.
yeah,
We're gonna get to the fun stuff, man. Come on.
Okay. All I'm saying is, like, if things come up, just let me know. And
Yeah.
I don't need to finish today, but I would like to. I don't
Yeah,
mind.
yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah, let's keep going.
All right. Mounts are secure and not over tightened. Okay. All right. Before we put this on, you want to do that inventory thing?
Yeah, let's get motherboard stuff with motherboard, case stuff with case, and CPU stuff with CPU. Just make sure everything's together, because eventually we're going to want to stick it all in its own place, so to speak.
So this, we use normal fans. That's power supply. Power supply stays.
Yeah, power supply with power supply. We haven't gotten to that guy yet. So you have the Peerless Assassin white, sounds like, or is this the ARGB one?
It's ARGB white.
White. Perfect. Got it.
Because white case.
White case.
Keyboard and mouse are white. I don't know. I had this whole plan.
It's all good.
Yeah. There. I don't need whatever stick. This is just a sticker.
You don't need that. That's just fun stuff. I mean, if you want, you can stick it on the case. It's up to you. I usually give that stuff to my kids.
Yeah. Same.
I'm like, here's a sticker. Wow, thanks.
Yeah.
I know. Great, huh?
Same. All right, garbage is out there. Okay. I still have motherboard stuff.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to all the motherboard stuff yet. That's cool.
Okay. Motherboard stuff there, but I'm going to move something else in this box. I'm going to take the box away. Okay. Scissors go there. Let's get power supply over here. Garbage. That is extra hard drive, other hard drive. Okay, we're cleaning up a bit.
Yep. This is important, and especially an important time to do it.
The only thing I can't figure out is what this is.
I can answer that. That is a fan splitter to be able to plug multiple fans into one header on the motherboard. So we're likely not to use that today, but I would put that with the motherboard.
Yeah. Oh, who's watching?
Sure.
Hi, Shar.
It looks the same as when we saw it the last time.
Little things are changing.
Oh.
Okay, so I think I'm organized. And all right, no, I'm definitely organized. I got everything.
Okay, we're ready to go back to the heatsink. So we're going to install the heatsink next. You checked it to see that the screws are going to line up correctly.
Good point. No.
I would check that first.
Yeah.
Yes, they will definitely line up.
Okay, perfect. Now we're at the most delicate operation of the entire day.
What did you say?
Ready for this?
Yeah. Thermal paste. The stupid.
This is the moment.
Yeah.
We've been waiting patiently to get to this one, and now we're ready. So here's the deal. There are two schools of thought. One, we just need enough thermal paste in order to cover that square perfectly. And the problem with AMD, the one issue, is that they've got these weird notches around the thermal spreader.
Mhm.
And usually it collects thermal paste down the side into those notches. It's not a big deal. Like if it happens, who cares? But at the same time, if we can avoid it, we want to try to. So our goal in all of this is to get the perfect amount of paste flat on top of that spreader to match up with the heatsink itself. So there's two schools of thought. We can put down some thermal paste and spread it around with like a little scoop. Usually they come with like a plastic spatula. I don't know if you have one of those. That's one way of doing it. The way that I like to do it is not to use that darn spatula. What I like to do is I put down literally a small square of thermal paste with the intention of letting it flatten out as a perfect square. But the issue, I should say the issue, the trick with what I'm describing, however, is that you want to practice putting that heatsink down perfectly level. So do it now. See if you can put that sucker down perfectly level on top of the CPU. And you want to notice if you end up going a little too left or a little too right, a little too front, a little too back. Try it again.
I think. Okay, you might like this.
Uh-huh.
I don't think it touches. The screws are spring loaded and the mounting points are threaded. So
Really?
I get it engaged with the threads.
Uh-huh. And then you're going to screw it down?
I believe so. I can't see how close it is. It might, I'm sorry. It might be touched.
You should know if it touches or not. Like, it should be obvious.
Never mind. I think it's touching. Okay. You're right. It's weird. It
kind of floats because of those springs.
I really think it's not touching. I think I have to screw it down slowly.
So we're going to go back and forth, just to let you know, preview. We're going to eventually screw it down back and forth.
Yeah.
Like a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, just to get that thing to level itself straight down. That's eventually what we're going to do. But the question is it going to fan out the thermal paste, or do you want to do the spatula where you just put a thin layer on top and to hell with it?
Well, I don't really have the spatula handy.
It should have come with the heatsink, the CPU heatsink. Like they usually give you one. If they don't always. If they don't, you can use, good God, you can use almost anything. You can use like a supplier shipping packaging card. You know, you can use any like flat plastic. Yeah, that would work. That'll allow you to spread the thermal paste on top of the heatsink. You don't technically need a lot. Remember, this thing is making mechanical contact first, and the thermal paste is really just there to fill in the holes, the air gaps between the micro metal interfaces of the CPU heat spreader and the heatsink.
Yeah, I understand. If I put too much on, how do I clean it off?
You don't. You don't care. If you do this wrong, if anything is too much, you just say to yourself, I don't care. I'm not going to touch it. Once it's on, it's on. We're done. We're done. And I let it go.
What
Does that make sense?
What does the thermal paste do to the chip, though? Nothing?
Worst case, it creates a thermal sink. If you too much it, it creates a thermal sink that holds on to heat when you could otherwise have let it go. But it's so insignificant, Brian, that you really just shouldn't care. Two, mucking about with this thing is one of those infinity problems. You could be mucking about with this thing forever. So the reality is you just want to do your best and be done with it.
If you were to take a 1 inch by 1 inch square, just as a math problem, a 1 inch by 1 inch square, how much of the how much of the square footage would you be applying thermal paste?
So what I've done in the past, and this is what I mean, it's not a perfectionist item.
Yep.
What I've done in the past is I do like a miniature square matching the shape of the heat spreader with the intent that sucker's gonna fan out as best as possible, shape to shape, equivalent. And then I don't do like a thick, like it's not thick. It's kind of, I just use the, whatever the injector is, I just inject like a small little square. The square is, we'll say like a quarter of the size. Right. And then I inject whatever the thickness is that comes out. That's what I inject. So I don't double it. I just single it in a square. You're not going to do this just yet.
Why not?
I just want you to understand what you're doing.
Okay.
Okay. If you're ready, then we should remove first. Hold on. We should remove the plastic from the bottom of the heatsink and let that on its side so that, and we don't want to touch that. We don't want to fingerprint that.
What's the time frame? I put the thermal paste down. Do we have like 15, 20 minutes?
Unlimited.
Oh, all right.
Unlimited. Take all the time in the world.
Okay. Ready?
Ready?
Plastics off. Yep.
Plastics off. All right. Do your square as best as you can. And then you want to bring that down level. If you want to practice it one more time, practice it one more time. If you're ready to go, then let's rock.
Let's rock.
Whatever happens is okay.
You fill the square in, right?
I fill the square in, but I don't double the single thickness.
Okay.
About 1/4 of the size.
Yeah, maybe I'm a little bigger than the 1/4, but okay.
Close is good enough, and less is more in some respects.
Okay.
If it's too much and you see it on the sides, you're not going to care.
I'm not going to care.
Okay.
Ready?
All right. Set that down level with the screws matching the holes.
I'm just making sure there's not any other specific orientation to it.
Nope. We already covered that. Nice and easy, straight and level.
And
if you think you're good enough, grab the screwdriver and engage one side and then the other side. Don't tighten it down, just engage the threads. All we're trying to do is get the screws to engage with the bracket. And it may wiggle around. That's okay. We need that. We need it to engage.
All right, that one's definitely engaged. It's on.
Okay, perfect. Then do like quarter turn, quarter turn, quarter turn, quarter turn, top, bottom, top, bottom. You're leveling this sucker out until it's snug.
I'll see you in about a half hour. This is going to take a while. What am I doing?
Oh, one's a little longer. Oh, yeah, there you go, 2. That's a lot easier. You're just going to snug. And then once you're at snug, you're going to go like at least a quarter turn past. If you're really cranking on it, you're probably going to enough.
No, the springs were really big.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have a bit to go.
You have a bit to go.
Yeah.
The hard part's over. Quite frankly, this is the easy part once you're at this point.
Yeah, it was hard, but also I don't really have any perspective of how well I did.
You will once we're done. Once you finish tightening it up, you can take a look just for your own personal understanding. I'll show you how to look for it. But this is, in my opinion, while you're doing this, I'll explain why we did it this way. One, it's way worse trying to clean up, thinking that you did it wrong, and trying to clean it all up and do it again is a real pain in the ass. That is like the worst idea ever. So no matter what, trust yourself. It'll be fine.
Do these heat sinks on the CPU actually make a difference?
Oh, yeah. You can. Oh, big time. And even the thermal paste. The thermal paste is like what most people don't understand is thermal paste is actually horrible heat transfer. It's really not that great. But the reality is that air is one hell of an insulator. And those micro deviations between the heatsink and the heat spreader, it just needs something that allows heat to pass between the two. Yeah. So we don't need a lot. Well, if you want to use your light, like you're going to need your light to look in and see how you did. What you may see is like the thermal paste may spread over the side. And if you,
this is like, I really don't think I can see it.
You might not be able to. It's that same color. You might not be able to. You might have to get like at an odd angle or use a mirror to actually really see it.
Like, I can't even see. Whatever. I'm good. All right.
Trust me, you're good.
Yeah.
You don't actually need a lot of thermal paste for it to be successful.
Okay. Okay. Fans next?
No. We're actually going to wait on the fans until we've done the power supply and a whole bunch of other cabling.
Okay.
Because those fans just slot into place. Let me double check that though. I don't have access to the thermal right. Like, how do those fans, is there like a clip, like a metal, usually one slot's in the middle, and then one slot's on the right.
No, I think these go on either side. Based upon the pictures I saw, they go on either side of the heat sinks. They definitely have.
One is definitely going to be in the middle.
I don't think so.
Like between the two.
That definitely doesn't work.
I would be surprised if that's not the case.
Weird. Oh! No, that's not it. I think they just snap on with these.
Yeah. Those guys.
All right, we'll get to it later. That seems easy.
It's super easy, and you can easily get to it. We should install a whole bunch of other stuff before we put them in there. They'll just get in the way.
Okay. What do we got next?
All right. Really, at this point, I love to get that power supply in there because cable routing becomes easier if you don't have a lot of stuff in your way.
Okay.
Okay. So we can pre-plan this a little bit, but we need to know some things first. So the first thing I'm going to have you do is open up the GPU. I want to know how many power connectors the GPU has.
Yep.
I think it's 2. I think they're 8-pin, but I want to know that. They will be on the opposite end of the bracket.
I'm guessing
you can take it out of there.
I should save the packaging for this, though, if I ever want to smell it again.
It's an expensive item, and people like it if you have the original box, but you don't have to. But you can also ship it in the original box, and it is the shipping container. So I would advise keeping 2 pieces of packaging. One is the CPU, and the other is the GPU. The rest of it, and the motherboard. The rest of it, you can pretty much toss it. Yeah, 2 8-pins. That's what I wanted to know. Okay, so you can put that back inside its.
Yep, I'm just looking at this. This is ridiculous.
Oh, that thing's ridiculous. And remember, this is like a upper middle class GPU, if I was to describe it.
Yeah.
Or lower upper class, depending upon your perspective.
Right.
But it's a perfect blend. Like, I like to advise people, not to blow the bank, because invariably they keep coming out with better designs. But you need something that has enough horsepower that can, drive the cart.
Yeah.
So this is a great GPU. Okay, so power supply. So now that we know that, you are going to be powering the CPU, and that's going to take 2 power connectors. The GPU, that's going to take 2 power connectors. And the motherboard, that's going to take that gigantic power connector. Right?
I see MB, CPUs, PC. Yeah, I see.
PCIe is the GPU.
Okay.
And CPU might be the same as the. Yeah, I need to see this one.
So I see 2 up top. You said there's 2 for the CPU.
Yes.
There's 3 more down here.
Those are GPU.
But
right.
we only need
there's the 12-pin. Go down 1 more. Yep. We don't need that today. That's for the future of a future GPU.
Okay.
Right. And then the ones on the left, there's 2 for the motherboard. And then there's a whole bunch that we're not going to touch because we quite frankly don't have any hard drives or DVD player, Blu-ray player, SATA, blah, 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 blah. So we don't need all those on the left. We just need the 2 motherboards, the 2 CPUs, and 2 GPUs.
Okay. Now, does this get mounted in?
In the top, and it gets mounted from the outside of the case in the back.
Oh.
So you can unplug it because we don't want any plugs. And then you're going to mount that sucker into the back. Now, the opportunity is, do you want to plug all those cables in before you mount it so that it makes it a little easier? Like, you got to figure this out based on your case design. Or do you want to plug them in after you mount it?
I need to plug them in. Hold on. I'm going to have to stand this up.
Yep. You can take that top cover off. It just slides to the left, to the back.
No, it doesn't. There's 2 screws.
There's 2 screws. Okay. I'm like looking at the case. I'm like, there's got to be an easy way.
Yeah, there is.
And set those screws in a separate container because you're going to get back to them.
Of course. All right, so this will sit here. I can easily, well, let me just put it in.
Yeah, just put it in. And see, is it easy to access the pins to plug it in? It looks like it is easy.
And I have 3 holes up top. I wish you can't really see all of it. So yeah, I can plug in, route up and then down without any real issues, and then plug in appropriately. Okay. All right, so let me start with screwing these on.
Screw that guy in the back, and the screws that you want, I'm going to share it, are the big ones. There's 4 of them. How do I share this?
Nope, got them.
Oh, you got it? They're 4 and they're big.
Yeah, these are bigger. Yeah. They got like a...
Yeah, that's it. That's it. They got like a hex head to them.
You know what? Something doesn't feel right. Let me try something. Brian. It just looks like the screw is bigger than the threaded.
They should fit nice and easy.
I agree. I didn't want to force it. I wanted an easier access. But
Right.
It does. Yeah.
Right.
And I can't really turn this on its side. I have to do it this way.
It probably would be easier to do it this way.
No,
Because gravity.
I'm telling you, I can't do that. I have to do it.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Okay. Three.
And star pattern.
Yeah, it's been. Yep. Don't you worry.
That's just habit of mine to say that.
Yep. It's habit of mine to do it.
We'll add that audio now for the whoever is watching this after the fact.
Okay, 4 screws in. Let's select our cables, I believe, is next.
Yep. So we've got, I would encourage you to do the big ones first. So the motherboard is the biggie.
What's interesting is there's a whole lot of cables.
So technically
nope.
speaking,
I see the motherboard one.
the motherboard 1 should be very obvious, and the motherboard 2 should be with it. Yeah, exactly, because they come together into one connector. So the 2 are on the power supply side, and the 1 is on the motherboard side. And before you start this, we got to look at your case. So sometimes cases are routed in the back, like on the other side, the back side, and then they come through just enough to plug into the motherboard. It makes for the world's cleanest case. So you start at the top at the power supply with the 2, and then there might be like Velcro straps in the back of the case.
Yep.
You don't necessarily want to Velcro it all down now, but you just want to be aware of where it is, because once we get all the cables in the right place, then you'll bundle them together and Velcro them all together as a bundle. Does that make sense?
Yeah. All right. Yes.
And they made this so neat. Like, this is 1,000,000 times neater than what it used to be, which is super cool because that helps with the airflow.
This is odd. There we go. Okay.
So basically, you want to plug it in at the top, leave a whole bunch of slack. You'll bundle it later once you have everything else routed together, stick it through, and plug it into the motherboard. And it only fits in one way with the notch on the clip.
Yeah.
And I know this thing's bulky and blah, blah, blah. It just is.
No, it's more, like it's bent certain ways.
So you can bend this cable. Do not be afraid at all to bend this cable. I mean, it's got some strength to it. It's gonna, you need to get it in there first, and then you can feed it back through.
Okay, it's in.
And it might only feed back through only so much, and then that's okay.
Yeah, it told me not to, it told me to have more than, well, it said 35 millimeters, but convert that to inches, like 1.5 inches.
Like, you want to have a nice clean bend. You don't want to force it like 90 degrees.
Right. Okay. All right. That's the
All right.
motherboard.
That's motherboard. So CPU is up top in the upper left.
Okay.
And there might be holes right above it. So you can route it.
There are.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. Like, again, they made the routing of this stuff so much nicer.
All right. So I have, power supply unit. I have 2 cables that are labeled CPU and PSU.
So you want the CPU PSU cables.
Yep.
And you want the PSU side to go into power supply and CPU side to go in the motherboard.
Okay.
I like to start, it's my preference. I like to start at the power supply and then route it through the back and then plug it in.
Does it matter? So the CPU has like a left-right?
It doesn't matter. They're the same. And you're going to do both. Technically speaking, just to let you know, your current processor does not need both of them. However, your future processor may. I prefer to plug them all in today and then never have to care.
This is really long.
Yeah, so eventually you'll see in the back, the tricky part is figuring out how to fold it back and forth and use these cable cable straps in order to. We'll do that at the end though. Once we're all done, we'll figure out how to best do it and still get the back case on. But you got to plug it all in first. So plug it all in first.
Yeah, I see what you mean about this. Why you were curious about my hand area. I was misinterpreting how I was going to do this.
That's okay. I can already tell that your CPU heatsink is small enough. There's bigger ones that make this a royal pain in the A.
Yeah.
You'll be just fine. Like, you have so much room there, Brian. It's fine.
One. I just want to see something. Okay. Yeah, I'm going right, left, and left, right. Whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're exactly the same. And it's not smart. It doesn't know.
Doing good?
Should have did the inside one first.
What's that?
I should have did the inside one first.
As long as you can get it in there. If you want to change it up, change it up. Now's the time to do it.
How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Oh, God, that's great.
Oh, sorry.
You got a frackies in here?
Absolutely.
Come on, bud. Oh. Here you go. Go to your bed.
What you up to?
I don't know.
Okay.
Good boy. Play down. Good job. How's your computer going?
Good. You want to see it? No? Interested?
I don't know what I would be looking at.
I don't even know what I'm looking at.
This is the cool part. We're halfway done.
Oh, man. Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing all right. Brian's doing an awesome job. This is super great. I've done this with my kids before. I mean, building PCs is just a fun thing to do. And then on top of that, you get your own personalized experience for the whole thing. And you get like custom to you. It's just so beautiful. And we've been talking about how much different manufacturers have made things easier over the years to the point where in certain little nuanced ways, it's so much easier and faster than it ever was.
Nice. Awesome.
Yeah.
So, like, how far are you?
Chris has a better understanding of how far I am.
So
Like,
we're probably over halfway at this point, but we've done the hardest parts. So if you want to see what the hardest parts look like, it's what he's doing now is he's wiring the electrical for everything. Comes down to 2 points. It's either mechanical or electrical.
Yeah.
And in this particular case, he's wiring up the electrical power for the processor. and we just did the electrical power for the motherboard. We had finished mechanically moving some of the fans around inside the case so that we have a beautiful airflow that just harmoniously moves air through the entire thing. And we installed the motherboard mechanically, and we installed the processor and the processor heatsink, which is the most delicate operation of the entire thing. Everything else at this point, a monkey could do. So, you know, the hard stuff is over.
But you guys haven't plugged it. You haven't tested to see if what you've done so far works.
We know it works.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a silly question.
Yeah.
All right.
99% of the time, it's fine.
Okay. Good luck.
Thanks. Good seeing you, Chris.
Good seeing you too. Hope to see you in person soon.
Yeah, definitely. Brett, come here. Lay down.
Okay.
I don't want
CPUs are in. GPUs are next.
No, we're gonna do that guy last. Super easy. We just wanted to get all of this power stuff done to the motherboard because it's more sensitive. The next thing that I actually like to do in order to make it super easy is actually get the front headers all plugged in. So the case itself has, and I'm going to share this with you. How do I present this?
So turn it around. Turn it around?
No, there should be cables.
Yeah.
There should be these cables inside the case.
Yep.
That plug into the motherboard.
Okay.
Right. There's the audio for the front. There's USB 3. There's a power switch, a USB 3.1, and a reset switch.
Yeah, it's all down here.
It's all down here. So the other thing we want to look at, and which makes this easier on you, is get your motherboard manual.
Okay.
And we want to find out where they describe. It's all on the bottom of the motherboard. I'm trying to find the page. Once I find the page, that'll make it easier. Here we go. Where is this? Page 2-15.
I want to believe I have a motherboard manual.
I know you do. It's with the motherboard box. It's a big, thick, it's the thickest booklet of all paper you'll ever get.
Got it. Okay.
Page 2-15.
Install USB 3.2 connector.
So I like to get these out of the way because they're a pain to actually plug in, and it's nice to not have anything else next to them when you're plugging them in.
Okay. I don't know. They go onto my motherboard.
They go, yeah. So they're going to route through that back, either at the bottom or in the side.
What's this?
Hold on. Let me get back to you. Let me stop presenting. That square is for SSDs, like 3.5 SSDs. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, these right here.
Yeah, those two are 3.5 SSDs. Those would be SATA ones. So those plugs are probably, routing through the side. And then you're plugging it into the bottom.
I'm going to route all of these through and then
deal with it.
I'll turn it back around.
Yeah.
What? These are my fans. These are my front two fans. I'm guessing we can pull that out later.
Front two fans. Let me look at your.
It's just that they're wrapped up here. It's not critical. I think it all goes down here. I don't know what this is, but it looks like just a fan power source.
Let's deal with those fans later because I have to look at the motherboard manual to figure out where they get plugged in to help you decide where you want to route them through.
What I'm telling you is that I think it says all down here. It's hard for you to see, but all down here are fan plugs. These are all just different fan things. I think. Right. So I have.
Is there a fan splitter down there?
It's like a fan bank.
Like a switch? Like a bank, a switch bank? Not a switch. You're right. Just
4 pins, and they're all labeled fan 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Got it. So the question is, we got to look at the motherboard manual and see. I'm gonna look that up while you're routing the rest of the front panel connectors through.
Oh, we're through.
Because the motherboard, let me see how many the motherboard has. The motherboard has a certain amount of plugs for all that stuff. And then the excess would go into that that strip.
Front I/O connector. Install front panel connector.
So 2-15 has the explanation of all those connectors and how they orient. Most of them don't have, most of them have an orientation pin, like a notch. So it forces you to do it right.
Yeah. All I'm struggling with is there's a lot of different places I can pin things.
That would be the HDD, the hard drive light, the reset switch, the power light, and the power switch. Your best friend is 2-15, page 2-15, upper left.
HDD light, power switch, power LED plus, power LED minus.
This is the last finesse piece. I promise.
Hold on just a sec. What'd you say? No. Okay. I got some of it. I'm gonna do this.
The other page that might help is
It's not the wires that are a problem. It's where on the board.
where on the board. I knew you were going to ask that. Give me a second. I'm trying to help.
Because some of it, all right, sorry. I can do some of it. Some of it's labeled that I can see. There's power LED plus and minus.
Here we go. Where's this? Page. So notch the page that you're currently on so you can easily get back to it.
Yeah. Okay.
Like dog ear it.
Yeah, I know.
And then go to 1-18.
Holy shit.
This is the other finesse piece. There are two finesse pieces. One is the CPU, and this is the second one. So 1-18 is your other best friend.
Yeah.
Because it shows you the pinout of all those different connectors.
Power LED plus. Power LED plus. Where's power SW?
Power switch. That's SW.
Wait, why are there two power LED pluses? Why are there two?
Because it depends on your case. Your case either has a 2-pin or a 3-pin power LED. And it's basically just spaced. Like, which one does your case have? It's probably a 2-pin.
I have one power LED minus and one power LED plus.
But are they two next to each other?
They're two separate. What do you mean next to each other?
They're two separate, like two singles.
Yeah.
Then plug them into the power LED at the upper left corner, the plus into the far left, and the minus into the one next to it on the right.
Oh, you meant if it was a single thing?
Yes.
Okay.
You got it now.
Is that the easiest thing to plug in first? Probably not. I should probably do.
I do the bottom row first, and then
Yes.
I do the top row. That's my personal preference.
Yep. That's what I was looking at.
Because the bottom row is easy and they're all together instead of being single pins.
So this isn't marked. So I have reset switch, power switch.
I personally go left to right, so I start with HDD lead. I follow the motherboard manual and just string the bottom row first.
Yeah, I don't. It's not marked.
I wish they would standardize this, because if they did, it could be one connector. Like if you really thought about it,
Yeah.
it could just be one connector.
I think these are all fit. Fans are all braided. I mean, there's nothing else. Okay. It must all be here.
Okay, let's start with that. What do you have from the case?
Some of it's just not marked. It can't be this one. It can't be this one.
Oh, good God. What do you mean it's not marked?
I have HD audio. So that's got to be the top right. And it's, no. I have HD audio and it's.
Is it a speaker? Is that for the speaker? It should be a 3-pin.
No, it's 9 pins, but it's a 2x5 with one filled in.
Okay, wait a minute. Let's do that first, because that's super easy. That is a single connector, right? 9 pins?
Yeah.
Yeah, 9 pins. Hold on, let me find the page. It's on the bottom. There should only be one of them, and it will be very unique. Like you can only plug it in one.
I see it.
One way, one orientation. It's very unique.
It'll kind of be in the way, but that's fine. Okay.
You can always unplug it if you need to. So this is the front panel audio. It should have an orientation to it.
It does.
Or an empty pin.
It did.
That has to match up.
It did. All right, I think I'm good there. Okay, that one's a little bit in the way, but whatever. That's the thing. Maybe. Okay, so this has got to be. No, doesn't have to be. This has 2 and 1 and an arrow. But what would the arrow be for?
Does it have a notch to it?
No.
2 and 1.
And then this has 4. Again, what is on it?
I was going to say, is there a label to it?
It says JCTC 29 and 12543. JCTC 29.
That sounds like one of the USB styles. Like either the USB 3.2 or the USB 2 or the USB. It's a multi-pin?
Yeah, 4 pins.
4 pins. Hold on. 4 pins.
Yeah.
Why am I not seeing this?
This just says SATA on it. Maybe I have to go to the Fractal website at this point.
I'm going to go to the case and see if I can find it in the case. Four pins.
Ground intruder? Speaker, ground.
Is there any kind of protrusions, like any kind of plastic sticking off the back of it?
Yeah.
Like two straight pieces?
Yep.
That sounds like a fan power connector.
Okay.
For the multi-fan power on the other side of your case. Does it look like it could plug into?
It is 100% what you said it is.
Okay. Then
and, hold on. I have the so these two that I'm holding, hold on. These two that I'm holding plug back into that fan bank, that power fan bank case thing.
They plug into the bank?
Yeah, they come from the bank. They didn't come from the top. They didn't come from up top with my power. Or
they come from the bank to the motherboard to receive power to the bank.
Sure. I agree.
Correct?
It's not this one. It's this one. This one. So these two come from a different location than everything else.
I see it. I'm looking at it now. How do I present this? Here, Brian.
Yep.
How do I zoom into this thing? So it's showing that one of them goes to connect to power supply. It looks like there might be.
I see that SATA one. Yep.
One of them looks like it's powering. Like this is an option. So you probably only need one of these, not both. One of them goes direct to the motherboard if your motherboard has a CPU fan for powering all of these. One of them could go to one of those other power supply power connectors, which we're not going to use. Okay. So you can probably ignore one of them, like this one that I'm circling. You can. Oh boy, that I've got the pointer on. You can probably ignore this one because that would go direct to the power supply itself. And you can instead use this one and plug it direct into a CPU fan. And I'm going to try to find the exact one. There's probably one on the bottom.
I see two of them. Yeah, I see CPU fan 1, CPU fan 2.
I'm sorry, not CPU. You don't want to touch those. Those are for the CPU itself. You want, doggone it. You want another motherboard fan power location, not the CPU ones.
Oh, I'm sorry. It doesn't say CPU. It says CHA fan.
Yeah. One of those probably is good enough.
Okay. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Yeah, these straight things will fit right over it. Okay. So let me, Ems, can you do me a favor? My battery ran out. Can you get me another one?
The other one is down all the way in the basement.
Yep. It might be attached to the drill. Okay. Yeah, this goes right here. Go ahead.
We're at 3 hours if you want to grab some water, bathroom break.
All good.
All good.
In the machine.
All right. Machine. Got it. Yeah, CHA fan. I'm trying to find an exact one, but there's probably like 2 or 3 of them on the motherboard that are just CHA1, CHA2. You know what I mean?
There are.
You probably just want to pick one.
I need that I need that light. And my phone should be here somewhere. Oh, Brian.
Found it. So go to page 1-9 and dog ear that in your motherboard manual. Some of these pages are really important.
Okay, fan power's connected.
All right. Go to page 1-9 because I'm curious.
Oh, yes. Thank God.
You probably plugged it into either E or H or F.
F. I plugged it into F.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. What's E? Because I see that.
What's E?
Another fan?
So yeah, so just to orient you on this page, your motherboard doesn't need that spreader. Your motherboard can support individual fans. So if you wanted to cut out the spreader, you could, and you could individual fan it because the motherboard is so awesome. It has fan 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
Right, as individuals. So it's up to you. You can either route it as a single combo, or you can give it all individuality and let the motherboard. So where this is going to come into play is the BIOS. Because once you get to BIOS, you're going to let it decide what to do with the case fans. If you want to individually control the case fans, you can do that, but then you would have to individually plug them in to the motherboard itself. If you want to treat the case fans as a group, then you can just plug it into like F and treat them all as one gigantic group plugged into the back of your multi-out in the case.
One. We're doing one.
Okay.
Okay, I see. Okay, so we have 2 things plugged in. This looks a lot like my what is this? Plus 5 volts FIDD Gen 2.2.
Gen 2.2 means USB. So let me go down to, I'm thinking it's 1-18. And let's see if we can find.
It is 1-15. I think those are where this goes. The addressable Gen 2 header allows you to connect individually addressed RGB to.
This is the lighting. So there might be an RGB cable for your front fans. Your front fans have RGB to them.
Mm-hmm.
They have RGB lighting, and they will plug into your choice, B or C, on page 1-15.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 4-pin.
No, it's a 3-pin.
It's a 3-pin.
Look at the top right. It says plus 5 data blank ground.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a 3-pin in a 4-pin slot. There's a spacer.
Correct. Okay. I think.
So you want to match up the pins so that the spacer is with the spacer.
Yeah, this is just really awkward. I need to look at this. Just the way it comes in doesn't work well with all these other ones.
It's all going to kind of route together if that's the only routing location to go from the side to the inner.
Yeah, I understand. This cable, for some reason, has very little slack. So
so this is the limiter.
Yeah, I need to do that one last. Okay.
So well, maybe if it has little slack, you should do that one first.
Yeah, but it's going to run. It's going to run right around all these other little ones.
Oh, understood. So you want to plug those little ones in before you get to that guy.
Yeah. Yes.
Understood.
I don't think I'm going to use a lot of these. Let's figure out these two big ones.
Those are USB, guarantee it.
Okay.
They're multi-pinned.
Yeah, I think they go right here.
It should be obvious, but I'm going to see if I can find it.
No, I agree. I think it is obvious, but at the same point, I want to make sure. All right, yeah. It's page 1-13.
1-13, I'll head to that next.
Yeah, this is 100% these two USBs. Okay.
Where are you? 113.
And it looks like step 8 is it universal either way?
It should be. It should only fit one way. Is this page 113? Yeah, 113. Dog ear that page. That's a good page to dog.
Okay, I see what you mean.
So one of them is a type C. It should be really thin pins. It should be very obvious. And the other one is a normal type A, which will be just like the pin out that we've been dealing with.
I think it has to go this way. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
There should be a plastic notch that only fits in one direction.
It is. It's just small.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, sorry. The big one is real easy. It's the one that looks like a cross section of an eye is difficult.
That's the USB-C.
Yeah. So this. Let's get this up and over, and then this has to go this way. I think it's kind of tough to say it's seated properly, but I'm guessing yes.
As long as it's oriented correctly, it should go flush to.
Yep. All right, we're good.
Flush to the board, and then that's the end of it. There's nothing more than that.
Okay, I really only have 6 total pins to go to the bottom here.
That's probably that 1-18.
Yeah. Okay. So I only have 6 pins to go in. And like we said, we have with P-LED plus and minus, I power SW and reset SW. So I just got to figure out where the there's power SW. Where does reset? It's just the bottom?
It's just the bottom 3. Or 2. I'm sorry, 2.
Yeah, but what's NC?
Not connected. These are the nuances of an old school computer builder that understands the language. NC is not connected.
Okay. Now, for the reset and the power, the ones that are doubled, is there an orientation to it?
It's really just a power and ground kind of thing. Like each one of these is power and ground, power and ground. You just want to get the plus correct. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but on the cable I'm holding, there's
Is
an
it
arrow.
singles?
There's a little arrow on the cable I'm holding.
The arrow is usually the plus. Which one are you on? Reset?
Yeah.
So I would put the arrow into the one on the right in the middle between ground and not connected.
You'd put the arrow, so, and then I would be able to see reset SW facing up then. Okay. So
The beautiful part about the reset switch is it's dumb. It doesn't really know any better. You can't incorrectly wire the reset switch. Does that make sense?
yeah. Okay. Okay, reset switch is in. Now I need.
So you did the ground though, correct? The reset switch is 2 pins. You did
Correct.
both.
Correct. Yeah, it's a single. It's a single double. It's 1 1 2.
It's one. Okay, got it.
And then
I would have done the HDD lead first just to make it easy, because then it slides right next to it. You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying. So for the power SW, this is different. The arrow is going to hit ground.
Is it marked? Is it labeled that one of them is a plus?
No, it just says an arrow.
The arrow is going to hit ground. I thought the power switch was. Oh, that's the lead. I'm looking at the wrong one. The power switch, is that 2 individual pins or is that a double?
Double.
It's a double. The arrow usually goes with the plus. You're saying the arrow goes with the ground?
If I do it the same way I just did the reset, well, I can switch it. That's fine.
Usually the arrow goes with the plus. But if you find out that it doesn't, when we press the button and it doesn't work, we'll just turn it around.
So the arrow should go with PWRBTN pound.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Okay. I'm gonna disagree because the way this cable. No, wait. Let me do this. Yeah, the way this cable is organized, it fits perfectly with the plus minus. So like all the wires are coming together, and they line up exactly as they should. If I keep them together and I swap where the arrow's going, I'm trusting my instincts here. I know what you're saying. I'm trusting that this is done right.
I'll give you a secret hint. Both the power LED and the power switch and the HDD LED and the reset switch are actually pretty dumb.
Okay.
And if it doesn't work, I just flip it because you just need it to work.
Yeah.
This is why I would love it for this someday to be one connector, because I don't freaking care.
Yeah. All right, I think those are good. I just have
the big one is the speaker. The big one is the speaker.
The big one.
It's a 4-pin
It's a 3-pin. It's a
Uh,
4-pin with a blank.
Yeah, yeah. Correct. It's a 3. Yeah, the big one's the speaker, and that one has to have the plus with the plus 5 volt. That one matters. The rest of these mostly don't matter, but that one does matter.
Why is there Gen 2 and Gen 3? There's Gen 2 and Gen 2
So here's the hint. The secret is your motherboard has plugs to accept different front panel connectors, and depending upon what your case actually has, it will either use it or not use it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, this isn't exactly good. This is like right on the edge of what this cable's capable of. Hold on. Let me see if I can.
Which one is this?
This audio one.
This is the big audio one?
Can I just plug it into the Gen 2-3? That's like the best for cable management.
No. That audio cable should only be plugged into its audio port.
No, there's 2 of them, is what I'm saying.
Wait. I see what you're asking me. Hold on.
It's B or C.
Oh, you're on page 1-15?
Correct.
Correct. This is RGB for your front fans.
Yeah.
And you can use either B or C. It doesn't matter which one you choose.
Okay. Because C is like the only one I can reach.
Plug it into C. I thought you were talking about something different.
All right. Yeah, that is like a tight cable.
That's okay. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Okay, everything is plugged in except for the SATA, but we talked about that for the fan. And I probably just removed that, I guess.
Hold on. What page was that? 1-. Let me make sure we're talking about the same thing. 1-. This guy. No. What page was that?
That was on the case. You shared the case.
The case. Yeah, it was on the case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm back on the case. Hold on. Yeah, that's that. Where is it on the case? Hold on. I'm paging through. Here it is. Page. Oh, you don't have this. How do I share this? I'm sharing it now. It looks like it's a power.
Yeah.
Connect to power supply. It's this job.
Yeah, and we were saying just take it off, right?
And it would otherwise connect to a SATA connector on the power supply. And I don't think that's necessary because you're already powering it through the motherboard.
All right, so what? Just remove it, right?
Just you can fish it back through, throw it into the back so that it's not on your motherboard side. And you can just bundle it wherever is convenient. And you don't have to don't bundle it now. We're going to bundle everything at the end. Your goal is to just shove it back to the other side of the case and deal with it later.
Done. Okay. Next.
All right.
That was a hot
Okay.
mess.
That is a hot that's the last hot mess, I promise.
Okay.
That's the other hard part. I think we're done with the other hard stuff. So let me think this through real quick. I think we're completely done with the other hard stuff. We finished all of the front panel stuff. We finished all of the RGB. Is there any other case plugs?
Just fans.
The front fans, they go into you put them into that strip on the back, correct?
No, I mean like all the fans. Like, yeah, there's a lot of fans that I have to plug in.
So you said you wanted to plug them all into the strip, and we just plugged the strip in. So, I mean, we can do that now. We can
Okay.
route those. We can route those bottom fans and the top fans over to the other side and plug them into the strip.
Okay.
Do not do that with the rear mounted case fan. That guy, I'm going to guarantee we want to do separate.
Okay.
And the reason being is the motherboard can support so much, but in particular, that rear mounted guy is so crucial to your heat level, like inside the case. Like, you would not believe how effective that one rear mounted fan will be.
Okay. So I have 3 plugs per fan. That's a lot of plugs.
3 plugs per fan. So each fan has usually it's a 4-pin.
It's a 4-pin, a 3-pin, and a 3 male.
And they all should have guide rails that fit perfectly only in one direction.
What is the 3? Is this for daisy chaining it?
Well, some of them have color. Some of them have RGB.
Right.
So the RGB is a 3-pin in a 4 block that has no guide rails.
Correct. I have a female version of it and a male version of it, and I feel like it's daisy chaining across to the other ones. But
So
I don't know.
The RGB can daisy chain.
Yeah. But I feel like there's like a loop here where I have to close it, and I just don't know. All right, first, the case has. Should I put all of these through the rubber cutouts?
So if it's fan power that you're talking about, you go through the rubber cutouts at the bottom as low as possible, and then you plug them into the strip. This is where they made it more complex. And then at the very tail end of this, we're going to zip tie and bundle and Velcro strap everything in whatever way makes it convenient and grouped, if that makes sense. And ideally, you want to get as much cable on the backside.
Yep.
And we'll deal with it all later on the backside.
Yep.
I assume that your bottom fans are only power. They don't have RGB. Only the front fans have RGB.
Everything has RGB.
Everything?
Yep.
Oh, well, that's why. So the RGB, I would guess, is all motherboard side. None of the RGB is going to pass into the back. Does that make sense?
Okay. But again, like it's weird. I have a female and male RGB on every fan.
Because you're going to daisy chain them all together and connect them all up to the motherboard as a group. Let me look at your motherboard RGB. This is where fun makes it more complex, just to let you know.
So, okay, so I want to figure out a way to tie. All right, so I have the front RGBs here. I need to figure out a way to tie all three RGBs together and then stick it onto B, which we did before.
Well, this is your choice, right? You could have some individually controlled, or you could treat them all as a group.
No, they should all be grouped. I'm fine.
Okay. So you make that call. And then if you want them all in a group, there's probably multiple RGB connectors. And you said B. What page was that? Here it is, page 1-15.
Yeah.
You have B and you have A. I would use A for the CPU, and I would use B for all of your case.
A for the CPU.
So we haven't installed the CPU fans yet.
Right. Okay. So I probably. This back fan has RGB too, also. So I'm gonna.
You might as well put that in with. Oh well, it's your call. You could put that one in with A, if you wanted the back fan to be like the CPUs.
No.
Okay. Then daisy it all together with B.
I'm going to have two females available, though.
You're going to have two females available. What plugged into C?
The front case.
Was there a... I'm trying to go back to your...
But if I have two females available, what's the big deal? Who cares, right? I feel like I almost have to... Wait. I have three males. How am I going to do this? Do I just leave a male capped? I guess I just leave a male capped.
Here's, let me present this. Maybe this will help. This is what your case manual shows.
Yep. So I leave a male capped. And then I put a female. Yep. Okay. Yeah. It's doing all of them together.
It's doing all of them together in one massive daisy chain with two ends.
Okay. I actually know what I want to do.
Okay. That's good because I've never dealt with this before.
So remember that female that I was struggling with and that I put into C? I am now taking it off and daisy chaining it into the rest of these.
Okay.
What is this? Oh, this is my fan power. Sorry. I'm all right. Fan power. Let's bring this all the way over here and hide it.
This is a feature of more advanced case.
Yeah, I remember making these decisions and I'm like, I'm gonna love this.
That's the attitude.
All right, so I want to route. So this is my female. All right, everything's daisy chained. This is my female. So I want to put it, I think it's going to matter how I organize this too. So I want this routed back here.
I'm going to use a bathroom break.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're at 4 hours, by the way.
No way.
Yeah, almost.
Well, I want to round it like that. I'm pretty confident that's how I want to round that. So this needs to stay here, but I need to be able to get this over. And this has to come up. It should go on top. Like that. Okay. Okay. All right. That'll be good because that'll stay clean. Okay. And then this comes under. All of that. Under. Under and around. Perfect. Perfect. All right, I like that.
Yeah, this is one massive daisy.
Yeah, I need to undo. I need to. There's more fan stuff back here that I think I need to do before we keep moving forward.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right, let me clean this up. Let's get this loaded. Well, whatever. We need to do that later because I need to pull more stuff out. So I got the daisy chains done out there. Did I do this right? Did I do this right? I don't feel like I did this right.
The daisy?
Yeah, I'm thinking that I didn't do it right. I have to think about this more.
I mean, this page of the case manual really helps.
It does, and that definitely is helping me. I'm just thinking through. I'm trying to connect 5 fans together, making sure I track all of them. And I have power. So I think I made a mistake in that I connected the power from this bar in the back to the daisy chain. And I think that's wrong.
Got it. Yeah, that would definitely be wrong.
So
the power should have those rail lines. You don't want one of those connected to this RGB daisy.
right. Where does the power go to?
The power from the strip goes into.
We did that. Never mind. I did not connect. So what did I connect?
We're doing connecting now.
What did I connect? Let's just start from 0.
Yeah, that's a good
Okay.
idea.
Can you help? Yeah. We need to just talk it through. Okay, so we'll call this fan 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fan 1 is connected to the motherboard at the 5-volt whatever thing as part of daisy chain ground 1 or daisy chain 1. Does that make sense?
You're talking about fan power, right?
No. If we go to page 1-15,
1-15. Yeah.
Fan
It's-
number 1, RGB is connected to port C.
Okay. Fan 1 is which fan? The back, the rear. Okay.
So port C is the RGB governance.
Correct. So then fan 1 should have another connector that gets into the daisy because it's powering the whole daisy.
Yep. So now I'm going to take fan 2, which is bottom back.
Okay.
And I'm going to daisy chain it to fan 1.
To fan 1. That sounds perfect.
Okay. All right, done.
And then
fan 2 will daisy chain to fan 3.
The fan 3, which is the bottom right.
Yep. Now, there are 2 more in the back. All right, so the answer to this is that, what is this? That is the question. What is this? Ah, this, I think, is the final loop of the daisy chain. Okay, now, this is the final loop of the daisy chain. That makes it. I think that, wait, where does this come from?
You only have 2 more fans, the front 2.
Yeah. And I have those daisy chains back here.
You'll be able to see.
And then there should be
It's like a closeout loop of the daisy chain.
well, one of those plugs from the front 2 should go into fan 3, and one of them should be empty. It should just be nothing connected to it.
No, that's what I'm getting at is I have this, it's like just a female version of the daisy chain sitting by itself. I don't know what it lights up.
You have a single RGB that has nothing with it.
Yeah, let me trace where it's going to.
Holy shit, that doesn't make sense.
Well, hold on. Let me trace where it goes to. Comes up here. Is it good? Where do you go?
Dad, does this still have stuff in it?
I'm sorry, Hems?
Does this?
Yes, the monitor is in there.
No, I think we're gonna get this done.
We're trying.
Oh. And we find a power connector. Which is everything that I connect.
You have a single RGB with no. I'm looking through your whole case manual. I don't. We're gonna have to trace that wire. I don't know what it is.
No, there's no need to be scared, Hems.
I'm saying, like, what if something's wrong?
No, nothing's wrong. We just are figuring it out.
Yeah, see, that's how this works, Emily. Sometimes we know what we're doing, and sometimes we run into things that we didn't expect, and that's okay. It just means we need to understand more in order for us to decide what the best action is. It's not a problem. All it is it's an opportunity for us to understand.
It's like it's disappearing.
Are you sure it just isn't in the
It seriously disappears.
Is it this?
Yes. Now trace it. And you see how it stops? Like
It's yeah.
it just goes under.
It goes no. It goes with this.
No.
It goes like up there.
That's its own wire.
Well, wait a second. Wait a second. Let me ask an intelligent question.
Okay.
If it's a single cable, it might not be RGB.
Oh, wait. I got it again. Hold
Is
on.
it a USB
It looks like
2?
I
or
have
US
I have Type C 3 and 3. Stop.
Because there's a USB Type C. I thought we plugged that in.
Where does the USB Type C go?
If you look at my share,
Yeah.
is this it? Is it one of these?
No.
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 So
we plugged that in. It's
we
not
plugged-
it.
we plugged that and we plugged this guy in.
Yeah.
So then this is definitely, it doesn't have the rails. It's definitely an RGB connector.
Okay.
That's a question. That was a question.
Yes, it's definitely an RGB connector. I can't tell you where it goes. My
Is it-
guess.
Is it this? Hold on, Brian. Does it look like just a single,
Yes.
a single all by itself?
Yes.
And you
But
can't,
Go ahead.
and the question is, where does it trace to?
Yeah. I can't figure out where it goes to. Again, I have the daisy chain in the motherboard. I definitely have it in the motherboard.
You want to see that? Just go away.
You know, it's entirely possible, being a single, that one of the fans on the front is a single only.
It is not.
I
I have a daisy chain for every single fan accounted for.
so you have an extra RGB single that we don't understand what it is.
Yeah. And that's why I think the most logical thing in my mind is that I have a male and female for every fan.
Yes,
One of those females has to plug into the motherboard, leaving me one male.
one male, correct. That's
and
correct.
as you daisy chain over and over and over again,
You end up with one male empty.
yeah. And now I have an extra female by itself. I think it closes the loop. That's the only thing that comes to mind.
Whoa! Hold the phone. Look at this. Look at what I'm sharing, right?
Yeah.
So this one end of the chain is going to plug into the motherboard, and this one end of the chain is going to be open. It's not going to plug into anything.
Yeah, I understand.
So there shouldn't be any other. There should not be another RGB other than that.
Look at that diagram in the bottom left. You see that the first one, the top left one? That doesn't look like it has anything connected to it. That just looks like a plug.
Let me think this through.
So these are coming from this fan. These are coming from that fan. This is coming from the top. This is coming from the top. So the fans, it's not the fan. This thing is not for the fans. It's not for the fans. I have all the fans. This is something else, different than a fan.
Here's what I'm going to recommend. We
There's a power
route it to the motherboard side.
Yeah.
And when we go to test it, let's leave it unplugged at first. And then we will test it by plugging it into the daisy chain. Because the daisy chain is going to have one empty end.
Yeah. But yes, I'm gonna veto you one time on this.
Okay.
By daisy, the daisy chain has to get to the back to be successful. So I'm gonna leave everything on the back.
Why does the daisy chain have to get to the back?
Because the 2 front fans come out the back. Their daisy chains come out the back. They have to come out the back.
Are the 2 front fans going into like a Y or a
the wiring comes from the center of the fan. I cannot change its routing. It goes out of the fan and then through the back wall of the PC.
Yeah.
And it sits back. It's just going to sit back here. So the daisy chain of these bottom fans
has to connect to all of that.
Yeah, and it makes sense if I bring it out through the bottom here. Does it make sense if I bring it out there or the other one? I don't really care. But where is the power? This is the power. So I should bring it out underneath. What's up, Ems?
No, I'm saying, what you said, the random one.
No, I think it might be the power button itself might be powered by this. I think there might be a ring around the power button. Does that make sense, Chris?
Ring around the power button.
That's because it comes around here. I think the power button might light up RGB.
Oh, in other words, you're saying that the case itself has an additional RGB light for something. We don't know what. Maybe it is the power button. And it needs to plug into this daisy chain in order to be powered for an additional RGB feature.
Yeah. Yes.
I understand what you're saying now.
Ooh, we're getting close.
Then in that case, then yeah, go with your gut, plug it into the daisy and route it wherever makes sense based upon
Wait, where is the power?
whatever logically makes sense for your wiring.
Yeah.
So this switch, there's.
That will be part. That'll be no. That's for this. This is the power button up top for the computer.
You know,
it was flat.
I'm listening.
You know, Emily, there's some really, really cool lights. When we finally get this thing all plugged up and together, it's going to be like a laser light show. It's going to be really cool.
Yeah, I can't wait till we finish this.
Mm-hmm.
Charlotte's eating dinner, so I've got a break.
Yeah.
And I wanted to come.
You are. Okay, so these are power. That's that power. What's this?
This seems complicated.
Well, I bought something that makes it complicated. We would be doing more fun stuff now, but
This part is extra complicated because of a buying decision. But that's okay. The only thing, this just means that we need to make an intelligent decision for us to be successful. And when we get it all working, it's going to be really cool.
yeah.
Well, isn't this gonna last a while because it has a bunch of space now?
Oh, it better last a while. Okay. Daisy chained.
It's making it, so you have to know how to work this.
Yeah.
And that you can make it. Making it.
Daisy chained.
Talk about daisies, but there's no flowers.
And finished. Okay.
Now, we're going to test it before we go messing with the cabling. So it sounds like we're at a point now where we can finish assembling the rest of the parts, and then we're going to get to a test it phase before we start to button everything up.
Should I be plugging fans into this though? Into the back.
So yeah, you should have a whole bunch of fan power connectors that should go into the strip.
Yeah, I do. And so you want to do me a favor? Can you go get me some more water, please?
Yeah, but is it gonna be loud?
No, not excessively loud. All right. Should I have fans 1 through 9 back here.
Yeah, you don't nearly have that many fans. You only have what? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Correct? That should go into the strip.
Do you think it matters which
No,
fan power I plug into?
all the same. It's dumb.
Nice. So let's do this as 1. No, let's do this as.
The nice part.
If I skip 1, does it matter?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. That'll make it easier.
It is incredibly stupid. It's like a water pipe.
Yep.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
As long as you're using the guide rails to plug it in oriented correctly, that's the only thing that matters.
I am absolutely doing that. Okay. Fans are plugged in. The whole mess of cable back there, but we'll get to that.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Okay, I think we're good on daisy chains and fans and plugging.
I think
Next.
we are too. All right, next, let's get RAM in there.
Okay.
We've got a few things in the way, but you should still be able to easily access that. Let's definitely get the RAM in.
Okay.
So if you go to motherboard page, I found it. Where was it? Hold on. Here we go. Here it is. Page 1-5. Okay. We want the 2 DIMMs. We want A2 and B2. And A2 should be the second one from the CPU. So B2 is the far right. Fortunately, the sticks are exactly the same, so it doesn't matter which stick you put into A2 and B2. You just need to use the far right and the one between the other two, if that makes sense.
No, I got you. I see it.
Now, the notch is what you got to match up. That notch on the RAM stick with the notch, it looks like the smaller pins is on the bottom and the larger amount is on the top. And that it will slot straight in. You can press the motherboard open. You can press it open on the motherboard first before you slot it in.
Yeah.
And you want to support the case on the back or turn it upside down or turn it on its side. It's up to you when you press it in.
Wait, so I can pick up.
So the tricky part is which one is short and which one is long. I would just made it up, like bring it close.
Yep.
Bring it into the slot and see if you did it right, and if not, turn it around.
I think that's right.
And I would do A2 first.
Yeah, I know. I'm just using this as my guide.
And if you did it right, you want to press at the top and the bottom of the RAM stick at the same time. And this is why you might want to turn the case over, Brian. It'd make this a lot easier. turn the case on its side.
I got it.
So that when you press in, you're pressing against the table. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not going to do that though because of all this cable.
Oh, that cable will be fine. Because your goal is to get even pressure, and it should click into place. And it only has to click at the top.
It's definitely right.
This might take more,
Sorry.
this might take more pressure than you think, which is why I recommend tipping the case over.
I understand. I'm going to do it this way.
Okay, that's fine. Then you got to support it in the back.
I will. I'm just making sure it's all right first.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. It
So
clicked, and I closed the.
it clicked, and the notch looks like it's flat again in the correct orientation.
It clicked, the notch came down, and then I just pushed it the last 10%.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Do the same thing with B2.
So that it engages right.
So Emily, this is complex, but it's also very easy once you know what you're doing. So it's really helpful to have a guide, but if you have the right guide, it makes it a heck of a lot easier. And the cool part is that you get to make your own custom PC that does exactly what you want. And that's what's really fun about this.
I think we're set. Cool.
We're all set?
Yeah. Yeah. Everything's clicked, and I closed the other two just to close them.
Okay. All right. Next, we're into the M.2. So let's grab Western Digital, 4 terabyte. And we're going to use, let me double check it, but I'm pretty sure we're going to use that top single slot on the right. It should be page 1-2.
You find that?
And it's the M.2_2 socket 3. Oh, they're all socket 3s. M.2_2.
So we got to take off one of the panels.
So we have to take off the single panel that's above the double on the right-hand side.
M2.2 socket 3.
That's it.
And you want to come for an outing?
James, you want to go? Why don't you go? Are you ready if we keep going?
And I got to check something. I'm checking it now to make sure that that's the right decision, but I'm 90% sure. This is also a slight finesse piece, depending upon the motherboard manufacturer. Page, here we go. Page, what is this? Page 1-11. Dog ear that page. Go find that page and put dog ear into it. So
No.
it should. Go ahead.
This whole thing comes off.
There's a huge bracket. It's not like a single bracket.
It is not a single bracket. It is one big bracket.
Interesting. Interesting. Because page 2-7. It looks like it's just a single bracket, not a big long one. Well, I'm not doing the big long one. I'm doing the one little one. Oh, it is one big thing. I didn't expect that.
This feels like it goes back on.
Yeah, it will go back on.
And then there's sticky tape on it.
There's sticky tape on it. It's up to you. Technically speaking, you should use the top sticky tape and adhere it to the whatchamacallit, the Western Digital. You should peel the top one, and it's gonna stick to the Western Digital.
That is, I think that.
Correct. But we're not removing that.
It technically speaking, though, it doesn't need it. Like the Western Digital doesn't need this heatsink. So if you wanted to keep the sticky tape on and just reinstall it, you technically could do that. The Western Digital is so cool that it doesn't need any additional cooling whatsoever.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is your option, which is why I love that particular style part, because cooling matters.
All right. How do I install this?
So the Western Digital should have a notch.
Does.
And it should mate up with that M.2 slot on the one side of the slot at the socket itself. It should be obvious. There should be a little notch. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's at the top, but let me look.
Yeah, I think I see how it goes in. It's just.
It literally slides in like just at it straight to the left.
Yeah. You can actually point it through the fan if you want. Okay. I feel like it's going to go on upside down, but whatever.
See? Yeah, the notch should be at the top.
All right, it's definitely in. It feels
and
like
then there's a little screw on the far right.
Yep.
That's in your motherboard box. That's going to, or you might have it with the Western Digital, a little screw. No. Not the heatsink. There should be a teeny weeny screw that is in your motherboard case that fits on the far right side of the Western Digital into the standoff.
You would think so, but that's literally the screw that has the heatsink. It's on the heatsink. Yeah.
I didn't see that coming.
That's definitely where the heatsink goes. I see what you're talking about, but if I put another screw in there,
okay,
I understand what you're saying. I
gotcha.
Okay.
Then put it back on.
All right. So if I'm going to remove this. I know what you're saying about the temperature too, but it doesn't hurt. I don't think it'll hurt to remove it. Can you remove the loose stuff again?
It doesn't matter. 6 1/2 dozen the other.
Sure.
If that screw actually screws into the Western Digital, that's going to be strange because that slot can take a longer SSD. You're only at 80 millimeters, and there's even longer ones. Oh no, wait, that should be max. No, you're right. You're right.
Okay.
That should be max, and it might be straight from the heatsink. That's interesting. Okay. Sure.
We don't need to take this heatsink off for anything else, right?
Well, if you want to expand additional SSD storage, you have a PCI Express 4 underneath it, and you have PCI Express 5 to the left. If I look at this correctly, let me look at your manual.
What is going on? Well, Brian, it would help if you did this right. There we go.
Yeah, I said that correctly.
Okay, good. You're good. You can be done. Okay. Western Digital's in.
All right, Western Digital's in. Awesome. So let me do a general inventory. It seems as though we just need the CPU fans.
Yeah.
We need the GPU and its power. We
Yep.
need the Intel 3DX point. You know, these are all super, super easy things. I would probably do the CPU fans next.
Okay.
Finish up the CPU because we did all of the other power connectors for the CPU and the motherboard. So really the only other power left is the GPU, and that's super easy. That's like the GPU is the last thing you want to do.
Yeah.
Because it's too darn big, and it's the one thing that you end up replacing more often than others. So that's the dead last item.
All right. Well, guess what? RGB again.
Yes, but except you have RGBA at the upper right-hand corner of your motherboard. So you just need to daisy these two together into RGBA.
I'm struggling with how to do that. This I don't know what this is.
Is there a cover like this?
Yeah, but it's not like it's like solid. I can't get it open. I don't know if I'm supposed to. Oh, I'm an idiot.
Easy there, buddy. Easy.
All right, where does the fan power go to, though?
Fan power is going to be CPU fan power, and you've got two of them. Do they daisy together as well, too?
No.
No, so they're two separate. So let me find your motherboard. Hold on.
I see fan 3.
We want CPU fans.
Yep. I see, sorry, CHA fan 3.
Here it is. It's up at the very top. there's CPU fan and there's CPU OPT, which is option, which is the second fan. Top right of the motherboard, slightly to the left of the RAM.
I see. Yeah, I see 3 of them. Oh yeah, CPU fan, CPU fan op. So yeah, there's 3 of them right next to each other.
3 of them. I only see 2. CPU fan and there's 3 of them. There might be 3 of them.
There's like an X19 next to it. Yeah, there's definitely 3 of them.
I would use CPU fan and the one right next to it.
Well, they're not really labeled too well. I think I got it.
There's a CPU fan, CPU OPT, and then there's AIO pump, which is a third one. I would just use the
Yep. All right, I'm good. I got you.
I would use the fan and the OPT, the option.
Right. And then we have to daisy chain, and then we daisy chain, and there's a
RGB header to the right of it, up at the very top.
Yep.
This is easy.
Yeah, but how do we get these on?
The brackets. Remember those metal, strange looking metal brackets from the CPU heatsink?
Yeah. I'm also trying to make sure I direct these the right way. And I don't see an arrow on any of it.
Oh, yeah, you want to make sure that that's blowing in the correct direction, because we want to all blow from the front to the back.
And this has got to be every other fan operated this way, so we're gonna assume that. And how do these?
There should be a marking like on the side somewhere that tells you which way the airflow is going to go.
I agree based upon the other fans, but it's not.
So more than likely, let me see, how do I share this?
The power cables must attach to the. No, they must not.
Here, I'm sharing this now. More than likely, the Peerless Assassin icon, is going to be on the right hand side. You'll see it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then you want to mirror it. You want to do that. Whatever you do on the front, you're going to do the same thing for the middle fan, so that it blows all to the back.
Do I want you? Oh, the fan literally goes in the middle?
Yes. One fan goes in the middle, just like this.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one goes in the far right, next to the RAM.
Okay.
And do you see how this bracket works? Like, it's the same bracket holding it into the heatsink itself. So the pointy ends go into the fan, and then the flat side like straps into the heatsink.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of those weird things. Once you get it, you get it. I would do the front one first, because it's probably going to be easier to get at.
Uh-huh.
And then once you get it, then you can probably do the middle one.
I'm just trying to orient the
same.
The wires the way I want them.
Yeah, that's a real good point. Because you can turn it any way you want to turn it, so that the wires are where you want them to be.
Right.
Given that everything's wiring to the top right, I would turn it so that the wires are all top right.
Yep.
I'm over halfway through my sake, so apparently this has been a real successful afternoon.
The RAM. Wow, this is interesting. It's like right up against my RAM.
It should have enough space so you could get the RAM out if you needed to. In theory.
Yeah, that's a good theory.
This is why we installed the RAM first, by the way.
Uh-huh. It's basically up against my RAM. Why? That's weird.
You saying it's touching it?
Pretty much.
Fortunately, you don't have to care about that open RAM slot. You'll never stick anything in it.
Yeah.
And ideally, the fan should... Let me see if I can show you this part. Like the fan should be flush at the top of the heatsink.
Yeah, that happens naturally.
Because of the bracket?
Yeah.
Got it.
What if... It's right up against my RAM.
It technically doesn't matter.
Okay.
Is it really touching a lot?
It's literally touching my RAM. That's as far as I can get it in.
I mean, it shouldn't matter. I wouldn't care, but if you really do care, you might be able to slide it slightly up, slightly
Forward.
above the heatsink to avoid mechanical contact with the vibration contact with the RAM. I didn't expect this. I expected this to clear with ease.
Where do I put these? Does it matter? Whatever. Okay, and then this goes in the middle.
In the middle, the exact same thing of what you just did. And you can lower it because you don't need to raise it for the RAM.
It's not that it's up and down, it's towards you. It's out.
Yeah. The front one you're saying is towards me more because of the RAM.
Yes.
Yeah. That's fine. It's not ideal, but it's not gonna be the end of the world. I didn't realize that this interferes with the RAM clearance. There are other heat sinks out there like the Deep Cool that I was talking about that has 0 RAM interference.
Yeah. I didn't realize it either. Okay.
And then there are other ones that are very much RAM interfering.
Okay, everything's connected.
And plugged in RGB daisy and fan, two power plugs.
Yeah. Yes.
So these, you can grab some zip ties from the motherboard box. And if you want, these cables right here, right now, you can zip tie together in whatever makes the most sense, because there's nothing else that's going to connect to it. And you can button this part of it up. You can tighten it all up. I usually make a back and forth weave that has some slack, that has some, you know, that's not bending anything too egregious, and zip it together.
Mhm.
The RGB and the power, all of them.
Mm-hmm. Do you tie it anywhere specifically too?
Now, usually between the tightness of the power connectors and the RGB with the fan itself is enough. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I mean, like, tie it out of the way.
Well, if you weave it right, it'll be more towards the top of the heatsink, so it won't get into the front fan. Like, you don't want the cables to get into the front fan. Other than that, it doesn't matter how you weave it. You know what I mean?
I understand. I'm looking at more like structural aspects of the case have a lot of holes in it that I could then zip tie through also to keep the wires even further out of the way.
So that's an option. If there's holes into the case itself at the top of the motherboard, you could push the slack into those holes and deal with it on the backside.
There's not enough. No, I know what you're saying, but where the fuck does this go?
But there might not be enough cable to actually do that.
No, there's not enough to do what you're saying. But I have an idea. I'm just trying to orient these cables appropriately.
This is the slight finesse job that you only you can do.
Yeah. That's the problem. Okay. All right, there we go. That's better. Oh, so much. All right. What is that? Let's undo that. All right, can we gather over to here? Just gather it first. This is really going to be hard on me.
What do you mean?
I'm going to struggle to not get it exactly perfect.
This is why I was very careful about my words when we dealt with the CPU heatsink. This stuff I could care less. That piece I did care.
Yeah. How do I get this? Okay. All right, everything's good. Next.
You don't need it, but it's your call, your option. If you wanted to stick a fan grill on the front of that CPU fan, the very first one, that would be the only place that would ever want a grill. The purpose of a grill is to prevent cables from getting into it, but because everybody does such cable management these days, nobody really needs a grill anymore. So I only mention it just because, just so you're aware. But you probably don't need it because of the severe cable management.
I don't know if I even have a grill.
Well, then let's not care.
Next.
Next. Okay. Next, we're going to, let's see, what do we got here?
We got a GPU. We got a hard drive.
Intel. Let's throw that. Wait. Well, yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. Well, you can stick Intel in anyway, just to get him out of the way. It should be really easy. It's a single slot. There's probably a thumb screw for the bracket in the back in the case itself.
Yes.
The case probably has a thumb screw.
Yep.
That you'll have to remove, and it'll probably have a case bracket that you'll remove as well too from the case.
Yeah. Now, which one do I choose though?
You choose the one that matches up with the bottom slot. So take the Intel card.
This one?
Stick the Intel card, like stick it up into the motherboard final slot and see which, well, the other way, rotate it so that the slot, yeah, there you go. That's it. And see which one it's going to interfere with, and then that's the one you remove.
I guess right there. What am I missing? This thing all the way at the bottom. Yeah,
so the slot Intel, look at the Intel card. It's got a four size slot that's going to fit in that 16 size slot. So it's going to fit in that big one at the very bottom, but only like a quarter of it's going to go in.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So as long as the the card matches up to the slot at the bottom, then whatever bracket it interferes with on the back of the case, that's the one you remove.
Okay.
And usually those things are thumb screws, and I encourage you to use your hands.
You were right. I should have.
To pull it out and to put it in. If you use a screwdriver only to get thread engagement, but then hand tighten this kind of stuff.
Okay. This is going to go in upside down, I guess.
Yeah, that's fine. The important part is the mechanical and the electrical. Everything else doesn't matter.
There's a little tab with a QR code on it.
Yeah, that shouldn't matter. There's probably a it might be floating.
It is.
That's fine. As long as the other pins, the pins should go into that card slot. There should be like a 4-pin and then a break and then a longer series.
Yeah.
And the back the back slot should fit behind the motherboard, between the case and the motherboard. And it should just, bam, slot right in.
Yeah. The screw is a little bit off.
That's okay, because you can move that bracket in the back ever so slightly left and right, or up and down, so that the screw fits correctly as best it can.
So this came with an extra bracket.
It's probably a short bracket, like half high, for server cases that are short. You don't need it.
Okay.
So then you put that thumb screw back in so that it's tight, and then you're done. That's it. That's all there is to Intel.
Great.
All right, we're up to the GPU.
Yeah. I'm sure everyone's excited.
Well, as soon as we do the GPU, we're testing this sucker.
Yeah.
So the GPU may have, let me see. Yeah.
It needs at least 2 spots.
If there's any plastic to remove from the GPU, remove it now.
No, remember, I bought this used.
Oh, that's right. So he already did all that. Okay. So then it's going to need, you said 2 slots. It might be 3.
It definitely, I mean, I can remove 3. It definitely has 2 screw positions.
The screw positions is what you want to remove. So it's probably the top 2.
It's not.
Oh, interesting. Well, whatever matches up. This is why I say you want to physically test it to figure out which to remove.
Yep. Well, these cables are annoying.
That's okay. This is why we didn't button anything up. So ideally, you're going to want to fish those. Which cables? Did you unplug something?
Yeah, the USBs.
They got in the way?
They're going to be in the way. I can get them around. But
then you might want to fish them back through and then up higher so that they're not in the way. You see what I mean?
Yep, I get you. We'll get back to them.
Okay, all right.
There's enough room for it. It's not a problem.
Yeah. Because ideally, they shouldn't interfere with that GPU. And that GPU, we want as much space as possible around that sucker.
Something is bright.
It's really about the electrical connection that you want to make sure is oriented in the right way. And the back plate between the case and the motherboard.
All right, I got it now. And we're going to the highest one. Yeah, yeah.
The highest one. That's correct.
Okay. Okay. I'm definitely in.
Oh shoot! I forgot about this.
What? What? Pull it out.
I'm going to share. Not necessarily. Hold on before you button it down. Take a look at what I'm showing you and see if it matters. How do I get to this? So your case has a GPU support bracket that mounts into the case itself. It should be outside of the distance of the GPU. If that's the case, then you can just you can assemble that GPU inside there and deal with the support bracket later.
Yeah.
It should be on the far right.
Yep.
It should be outside of the distance of the GPU.
It is.
So then go ahead. We'll deal with that we'll deal with that next. Let me see if I can blow this up.
Oh. That's. I was trying to figure out why there's two brackets here. It's that they're at an angle.
Well, one goes into the case, and the other one then goes to the GPU from the other one.
Yeah.
How do I blow this up?
It goes vertical. It's weird. I don't see how it attaches. Okay. Regardless, we can get to that. It is outside. What's that?
We can deal with it later. It attaches from the other side of the case.
Okay. We're good. Okay. So GPU's in, thumb screws.
Thumb screws into the GPU to button that guy up.
Yeah, the back's going to have to bend in a little bit.
The back of the GPU bracket?
The back of the case.
The back of the case.
Yeah, trust me, I got it.
You might have to wiggle this thing up, down a little bit in order to get the screws to match up right.
Yeah.
And the screws might be a little off. It's a...
Okay. How do I make sure my GPU is mounted properly?
So a couple of things. One, the pins on the top of the GPU, if you're looking between the CPU heatsink and the GPU, the pins should be straight into that card slot, not like awkwardly positioned.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell, but sure.
Two, the bracket on the back of, look at the back of the case, the very back. Everything should look relatively level and straight as far as that GPU is concerned and its plugs.
Yeah. I would say it is.
Then you're good. No need to question. We will know very quickly if there's a problem because it won't get power.
Yeah.
It is basically how that's going to go.
Okay.
All right.
GPU bracket?
GPU bracket is actually a good thing to do at this point in time. And like I said, it has thumb screws that are on the back side of the other side of the case that hold the vertical bracket. And then it has a
the vertical bracket, that doesn't make sense though.
You have to look at what I'm sharing. Like there's two parts. There's this up and down. There's this up and down bracket.
It's through the slots. Okay.
And then there's this extension arm that gets screwed into the up and down bracket. And quite frankly, you almost want to size it up first before you mount it into the case. You want to size it all up because it's probably easier to screw the extension arm into the vertical bracket now while it's all loose. You see what I'm saying?
No, I know what you're saying. It's got to be loose.
You're going to have to get a feel for this based upon.
Yeah, it won't be a problem.
I mean, you know better. You're there.
Yeah.
This thing is meant to be very movable for different GPU sizes.
Hit it backwards.
It's all right. The beautiful part about this stuff is that it usually only fits one way. Time check, we're at 6 o'clock. That's 5 hours. Bathroom break, water.
You go ahead.
I'm good.
I am getting pretty close to a limit. I think I'm assuming we're going to start this up soon.
Yeah, we just need to power the GPU and then we're starting it up. And as soon as you finish mechanically supporting this thing, we're ready to power.
There's another thumb screw, I guess.
The other thumb screw is for the support of the GPU itself. So two go into the vertical bracket, and then one, which seems to have a standoff.
Yeah.
Is then the actual, that's what really supports the GPU.
No, I'm saying I'm missing a thumb screw to go through to combine the support bracket. Oh, that's just a regular screw.
There's a regular screw that attaches the support bracket to the vertical bracket.
Would you happen to know what type of screw that is?
Yeah, you would ask that question. That's a good question. Good question. Good question.
I'm thinking it's the same one I used.
For the motherboard,
Yeah.
that's what it looks like to me based upon the visual. It looks like one of those.
But oh, it goes through. Oh god, that sucks.
Yeah, it goes through the center of the support bracket into the vertical bracket.
Oh, son of a bitch. They do this beforehand.
Like you only want to kind of loosely put this together because you want to get the support screw in place at the right height.
I don't have enough arms.
I know what you mean. These GPU brackets used to not be a thing. This is very recent, within the last like 2 years.
Yeah. M's downstairs. Okay.
I'm glad they did this though. These 2 card slot and larger GPUs really do need mechanical support. The card slot's not meant to take this kind of abuse.
Does it matter where I support it? Not
Yeah.
on one.
So you don't want to interfere with the GPU fan. So your goal of that support nub is to fit onto a hard plastic somewhere that's not going to vibrate left or right.
The angle of how this works, I get the thinnest part, and that's it.
Well, fortunately, once you screw this in place, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
So you don't have to think twice about that. You just don't want it to slip into the fan. And if you want to err on the side of caution, make it more towards the outside of the GPU.
No, I'm telling you, like I don't have much chance here. Other like I have the smallest part of the GPU that I have to put this against.
It doesn't, any support is more than none. Just remember that.
Yeah. Okay.
And then tighten everything up when it's the backside of the vertical bracket and the bracket to bracket and the GPU support. Tighten it all up.
I can adjust it. Hold on.
This is one of those whatever makes sense given your GPU. your GPU is 2.5 card slots. I don't recommend, you don't need it for a 2 card slot GPU, but anything bigger than that is just big enough, if that makes sense.
Yeah. All right. And that's as good as it's going to get. All right, GPU power.
GPU power. It's 2 separate cables, PCIe. They're going to plug into that top right of the power supply and then route through the back.
And PCIe.
PCI Express. That's what that stands for. Yeah. 8-pin connectors. There's a power supply end, PSU. There's a GPU end or PCIe end.
And we need 2 of them.
We need 2 of them. The power PSU end will plug into the upper right of the power supply.
Just hold on.
Yep.
USBs. I need to route the USBs.
Yep, go for it.
And it doesn't matter which of the 3 we go into here?
No, it doesn't matter. Just so long as you've got PSU end connected into the power supply.
Yeah. One.
It's probably going to route under, if I had to guess, like on the inside of the case. Like you don't want to go outside with that bracket on the top of the case. You see what I'm saying?
That bracket on top of the case.
The brace of the case. You don't want to go over top of that because your cover is going to fit there.
I'm fine.
You want to go under.
PCIe has like an extended.
Yeah, there's a 6 and a +2, so it's an 8-pin in total.
Yeah,
we'll get to that. Mount the power supply side first, and then route the cable.
Yeah, I saw the orientation now. Okay.
Right.
I'm on. Really?
It should snap into place pretty easily.
It was right in the middle of everything else we did, so
Okay.
a little awkward.
Yeah, that's okay. Oh, this is way easier than my case. You have full access to that power supply. This is beautiful. And then you kind of want to fish it through. Actually, I'd recommend the middle.
Okay.
Like somewhere around the height of the CPU, somewhere in there. Because imagine that if you had a longer GPU.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're a little high. Can you go back through and pick a lower location?
No.
Oh, really? All right, then stick with that. So, okay. So
I mean,
let's do.
Yeah, I can try. I don't know if these cables would be long enough. It's just going to get a little crowded.
You can go really down low.
Yeah. Like I said, it's going to get a little crowded.
The only issue with down low would be your future GPU might interfere with that. But you can reroute it later. That's up to you. It's your call. So with the 6+2.
Hold on. These two of these are, one is different than the other. Never mind. Somehow, I just thought it was a solid piece. It's not a solid piece. Never mind.
It's not a solid piece.
Right.
So they do fit together, and this is a slight nuance. You gotta take a look at how the cable fits together, and imagine if it's one solid piece. It might like. Let me see if you can see my hands here.
No, I see it. There's two squares. Well, that doesn't make sense. It goes like that.
It can only fit in one way.
Yeah.
And you want to make sure that the top pin is oriented to the GPU's catch.
Yep.
Right? And then the 2 pins should fit flat against the 6 so that it's like a single 8 pin.
Yep. All right, it's connected.
You did both of them?
Yeah.
Oh, rock salt.
Yep.
Okay. That part can be more tricky than what some people think, but all good. That's because the standards have changed over the years. That's the only reason why that's an issue. I think we're ready. I think we're ready to power this sucker up and see how we did.
Okay. I am thinking
Food?
Well, power it up. See if there's troubleshoot if there's anything wrong. And then I need to probably call it a night.
Okay.
So I have Windows downloaded and ready to go, but
We haven't done BIOS yet.
Yeah, and hardware wise, I think we're done, right?
Yeah, buttoning up all the cabling.
Yeah, but that's like
you can deal with that.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, and because I got to prep Emily's first day of school is tomorrow, I got to prep some stuff.
Yeah.
I'm going to Seattle tomorrow night.
Oh, holy smokes.
Yeah, so I think we're at assuming we power up and it's fine. I think we're at a good point. And
you want to make sure case stuff goes with case, motherboard stuff goes with motherboard. Another cleanup, so to speak, of whatever's here.
Yeah. So,
but yeah, if it boots, that's a big step.
Let's do cleanup first.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I don't need these fans are mounted. I don't need to save anything.
What are you holding on to?
The other things, the other mounting pieces for the CPU cooler.
Yeah, all that other mounting hardware for the CPU cooler is more than likely for like Intel.
Yep.
Motherboard and blah blah blah. If you're like, I don't care.
Yep.
Then we don't care.
All right. I can save this packaging because it is whatever. I can save this packaging because I could resell that if worst comes to worst.
The important things for resale are usually the CPU, GPU, and maybe the motherboard.
Not the hard drives?
You don't really need the packaging for that. It's all going to be under 100. Think of it this way: anything over $100 is worth keeping the packaging. Anything under $100, forget about it. And by the time the hard drives you would go to sell them, it would be very under $100. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. What do I need to do with any of these power cables?
And those I would put all together with the power supply box. I'd hang on to those. And it's only because of expansion. It's unlikely, but I wouldn't toss them. If you want, you could throw it in with the motherboard box and screw the PSU box if you want to do it that way. The reason those power supply cables are important is because future GPU and other kinds of things. I'd hold on to all that.
Yeah. D chip. How did this fit? No. What the heck? Okay. Power supply was there. Okay. This just in case. This is all motherboard stuff. Collect that all right here. I don't know what I'm using all this stuff for. I'm kind of buttoned up, right?
Well, some of that motherboard stuff you might use in unique scenarios, like the Wi-Fi antenna, and there's a couple other odds and ends. I would keep the motherboard, the CPU, and the GPU boxes. Those are the three that are most important.
Okay.
And then, like I said, the power supply cables, at least keep those.
I do need a 30-second bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Ditto.
This was the return. Okay, this was something extra for power supply. This. Okay, good. These are extra. I'm going to call them garbage. This can go over there.
Those black plastic AMD brackets, I'd throw them inside the motherboard box.
In the motherboard box.
Yeah, on your desk, the black plastic, those are the rails for the CPU. I'd
Smart.
hang to those, just throw them in the motherboard box.
Yep. Okay. This is garbage. I don't really know what this is. But it was part of the case. Part of the case. Don't know, meaning I just don't know what it goes to. Whatever. You know what I mean.
I got it. Hey, this is pretty good. If we got down to the end and there's only a few, one or two items that you're not sure of.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty good.
Okay. I'm going to move it over closer to the plug.
We plug in this thing. We need to hook up keyboard, mouse, monitor, and power.
Like we just don't know what's going to happen otherwise.
Keyboard, mouse, monitor, and power is just standard powering it on and see what happens. We should go into BIOS by doing it.
Where do I plug HDMI? In the back?
HDMI, a GPU.
Okay. HDMI into the GPU.
In the back, outside the case. There should be a little nub that you pull out to open up a HDMI port.
Okay.
You can throw the nub in the GPU box.
How about display port? I do that instead?
Yeah, DisplayPort's better, in my opinion.
Come on.
This is the exciting part.
Let's see.
I mean, there's only 4 of them to choose from, right?
Ran out of battery again. Yes, there are. DP? I guess
That's it. DP is DisplayPort.
Yeah. This. Okay.
Keyboard, mouse.
Yeah, it's a little more complicated.
Or a single USB that does both.
I have that, just not. Can I do it into the case?
You can do it anywhere. You can do it in the front. You can do it in the back.
And then this one is. What the fuck? Where is it?
Preferably, you would want to stick that keyboard mouse into one of the blue ones, blue or gray or white, because the red ones are super high speed. Does that make sense? And you don't need speed for this.
Right. What I'm struggling with is where did I put my keyboard? I have this keyboard, but what I mean is I don't know where I put the dongle for it. How do I use this goddamn keyboard? I have a whole nother keyboard and mouse for this thing, but it's downstairs, and I don't want to break it open yet.
I gotcha. You went and got custom, just like the RGB. You went and got gamer custom for that too, huh?
Actually, no. I found
Really?
it. I just bought Logitech.
Oh, hey, that works.
So my mouse, Logitech Master MX.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
is amazing. This is an amazing mouse.
Yeah.
The problem is I already have it hooked up to 3 different laptops. And I didn't want to always have to like tear, like I just got a whole nother set, really. That's all.
Yeah. In other words, you got that thing on multiple dongles and multiple devices already.
Yeah. But it's seriously awesome. It's just an awesome mouse.
I totally get it.
Ready?
Yeah. Press it. Monitor on.
No.
Monitor on the right display for DisplayPort.
All right. So the motherboard is saying it has 15. I don't know what's happening.
It's got an error code.
No. There's like something displaying. Oh. Monitor's on.
Yeah.
It says Republic. Ooh.
It should go into BIOS.
It did. New CPU installed. Press Y to reset FTPM. If you have BitLocker or encryption enabled, the system will not boot without recovery key. Press N to keep previous FTPM record and continue system. I don't know, whatever.
We don't have BitLocker or any of this encryption shit on our hard drives, so we don't have to deal with any of that kind of garbage.
There's a number on my motherboard, like a digital.
Yeah, it's got a digital display for error codes. As long as we're in BIOS, you don't have to care what that's telling you.
Okay.
So if we're not into BIOS, then you do have to care what that's telling you. But if we're into BIOS at this point, then this is success. That's as far as we needed to go. This is telling us that at this point, we're ready to configure BIOS, we're ready to install Windows, and then we're ready to reinstall all the games and such. This is a huge success because this is telling us that the GPU, the motherboard, the power supply, the CPU, the RAM, all of this stuff is working smoothly at a basic level.
Yeah.
So really big stuff. There's a lot of configuration we need to do with the BIOS yet, so we should set another time together for us to go through BIOS even before we get to Windows. And I would encourage you not to jump the shark and go straight to Windows because there's BIOS configurations that just make Windows even easier.
All right.
So let's get together again. Let's do BIOS, which would be the next step. This is big deal. And yeah, look at this. This is huge. Look at the celebration. Huge celebration.
I sent you a picture of it. All of the RGBs are going. We got to get to dinner. I get home Friday night around like real late. And then Saturday we are in the afternoon, we're doing a party, but maybe we could do a Saturday morning and then I could probably do Sunday afternoon instead.
Calendar real quick. I do calendar best and I can do, what is this? I have a conflict from 12:30. So as long as it's before 12:30 is when I got to go hard stop.
On Saturday or Sunday?
On Saturday the 9th.
Yeah. Okay.
So pick a time, throw it in my calendar. That'll help and good to go.
Well, you tell me this. How? Not that I'm going to schedule it when you wake up, but how early do you normally get up on a Saturday now? By 9?
Irrelevant.
Okay.
I can do 8. I can do 7. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'll do like 10 to noon or something like that. And if we don't have enough time, like Sunday evening is always free too. So
Okay. All right. Yeah, Sunday evening's definitely free.
all right, no problem if I just hit power, right?
Yeah, at this point you can just hold power and shut it down, and we'll deal with it all later. But this is huge.
All right, man. Thanks for everything, man. That's awesome. This looks
We
great.
haven't gotten to the fun part yet. I mean,
Yeah,
just
when we play. Yeah.
Wait till you get to the point where you're actually gaming on this thing, and you're cranking the FPS, you're cranking the visuals, and you're like, oh my God, I want to see you do a side by side.
Yeah.
To compare like the current screen with the HDR and the 4K versus the old one. Oh my God, it's gonna be different.
I will. All right, I gotta get some dinner. Thanks again, man. Have a good one. I'll talk to you soon.
All
See ya.
good. Later.